analysis of SDG 13 action, the climate action. I'd like to offer a warm welcome to Mr. Nahuel Arenas, head of the Regional Office for the Americas and the Caribbean at the UNDRR. He will be offering us collaboration with the moderation of this session. So I'd like to immediately offer the floor to Mr. Arenas, who will be today's moderator.
Muchísimas gracias, ministra. Muy buenos días.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning to everyone. To all those present in this room and to those connected online, I have the honor of acting as a moderator of this important panel discussion with many distinguished panelists. In addition to Minister Laura Fernandez, Minister for National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, we're also accompanied by Maisa Rojas, Minister for the Environment of Chile, Martin Francos, General Director for Public Investment of the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic, and Maria Jose Lubertino, representative of the Citizens Association for Human Rights, the network of environmental defenders and good living, and the Eco-Feminist Network for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we will also have a participation of Andrea Arana Correa del Lago, who is Secretary for Climate, Energy and the Environment of Brazil, and she will be connected online. So, as the Minister said, we will be discussing about the progress and the challenges that countries have related to the achievement of SDG 13 and the urgent and necessary measures to struggle against climate change and its consequences. I would like to deliver a brief presentation to provide a framework for the discussion, but also to make a supplementary contribution to the panel discussion about the most visible aspects of climate change, which are disasters, and perhaps some reflections that would help us to think about financing related aspects to lower the risk of disasters. Latin America and the Caribbean is a region committed to climate action with a tremendous potential for energy and carbon transition and with a very rich biological biodiversity, despite the fact that more than 98% of the population has access to energy. We can see that investments in projects and infrastructure, fossil fuel projects, are on the increase. And as I said, as was mentioned by my colleague Juan Bello, Regional Director of the UN environmental agencies, some of these investments could even consolidate the use of fossil fuels in the region for the next 30 to 40 years. And all happens within a context of greater frequency and intensity. It involves very high economic costs, and as mentioned by Minister Fernandez the day before yesterday, it also involves tremendous social and human costs. Our region of Latin America and the Caribbean only contributes 10% of greenhouse effect gas emissions in the world, but it's the second region in the world which is most subject to these disasters. We had 40%. We represent 40% of the people impacted by storms, and a large percentage of people impacted by floods. In the world today, 90% of disasters originate in climate, but for our region, those consequences are especially alarming. In the region of the Americas, we find 53% of economic losses at a world level resulting from disasters. And before 2017, 6 out of 10 countries of the world with greatest economic losses with regards to the GDP were in Latin America and the Caribbean. But as we know, and as expressed in the report that ECLAC presented in this forum, hurricanes such as Irma and Maria have represented more than 200% of some countries' GDPs. The region is also the second major region with annual losses related to infrastructure, and education, and this happens within a regional context of reduced fiscal spaces in order to invest in adaptation and resilience. Last year, we conducted a midterm review of the Sendai Framework for the Reduction of Disasters 2015-2030, where we highlighted insufficient investments in risk reduction, and there was an invitation to increase investments, public, private, and international, uh, for risk to prevent the risk of disasters. In fact, those investments have even been reduced, and as is well mentioned in the report presented by ECLAC in this forum, the lack of national financing plans for the reduction of risks imply strategies that are unable to create long-term resilience, and of course, there is a deficit in financing, and on the other hand, the limited coordination between climate change agenda, sustainable development, and the reduction of the risk of disasters limits even more the consolidation of financing. In consequence, we urgently need to create a greater awareness about the costs and benefits of investing in prevention and resilience, making sure that we leave no one behind, because as we well know, disasters have disproportionate impacts upon certain groups of the population. The UNDRR, the UN Office for the Reduction of Disaster Risks, will be submitting its second annual report for risk reduction in Latin America and the Caribbean, and I would like to very briefly share some analyses and recommendations that are completely aligned with the discussion of how to improve and increase financial flows for resilience. Acknowledging, of course, the presence of José Manuel Salazar Cidiñas here with us. Good morning. He is the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Thank you, José Manuel, for being with us here this morning. First of all, we must understand that investments in the reduction of disaster risks and adaptation are supplementary and go hand in hand in order to strengthen climatic action. For example, a budget analysis for Uruguay revealed that 61% of investments in the reduction of the risk of disasters contribute to adaptation. On the other hand, the investment in these aspects requires governance and robust frameworks that, regrettably, in our region are still quite deep. The strength of mechanisms, processes that facilitate governance for the reduction of the risk of disasters is very low, and this is measured by the Inter-American Development Bank. But in general terms, the policies and strategies are much more focused on the response than on prevention and risk reduction. And on the other hand, the region requires a significant improvement in the registration, monitoring, and evaluation of financing for adaptation and reduction of the risk of disasters. Only 9 countries in the region express that they have mechanisms to allocate resources to monitor, and only 7 for adaptation. And finally, it is fundamental for countries to define financing strategies that are adapted to local context. They're prioritizing investments in risk, in the reduction of risks that prevent these disasters, and the cost-benefit analysis of investment in prevention and resilience are very clear in terms of how we are not only able to save lives, but also prevent economic losses and create social dividends. And yesterday, the Nature journal presented a study which states that the cost of damage as a result of the climate crisis will be 7 times greater than the price of limiting world temperature to an increase of 2 degrees centigrade.
Para no tomar más tiempo,
I don't want to take more time on this. I'd like to invite you to scan the code, the QR code, and you can take a look at the recommendations. I would like to conclude by making 2 specific recommendations mentioned in ECLAC's report. First, to accelerate climate action, we would like to transform the action plans into plans and projects of investment. So including disasters and climate action as key components of investment when developing them. And only a low percentage is dedicated to this. So it's important for us to include these criteria to this remaining 94%. And climate change not only requires more ambitious objectives, but also important transformations in the productive structure of Latin American economies and of the Caribbean. I'd like to propose a few questions to guide our conversation and debate. In the first place, what are the keys to modify public finance and private investment so they can contribute to climate action? It was said in the forum that Latin America and the Caribbean is the region with the least sustainable funding, and as a region, we continue to fund a productive model that is not necessarily transformative from the perspective of the climate actions. How can we reduce the gap between these climate actions and a model that is not aligned with that? And in the second place, how can we think of a new system to include these perspectives in sustainable development investment? I'd like to invite our panelists to share their reflections, the challenges, the advances in respect of SDG 13 in their countries. And at the end, we will give way to the comments by participants in the room. I'd like to invite Laura Fernandez, Minister of Planning in Costa Rica. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning to all. I'd like to greet my colleagues at the main table. It's an honor to share with you the advances that Costa Rica has had in developing SDG 13 climate action. I'm not sure if our colleagues at the technical area can help me with the presentation. It's ready to be shared. There it is. It's on screen. For us, it's extremely important that we all begin, thank you, that we all begin with a diagnosis. How do I move forward? Do I have a clicker? Thank you. As we know, our region contributes with 8% of emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, at a global level. And some people could say we're only contributing with 8%. So why do we need to make such investments to counter the effects of climate change if we're only responsible for 8% of this serious global problem? It would seem a very logical question. However, when we see the strength and destruction and the level of risk of natural disasters that many countries in our region face, as direct effects of climate change, well, that is where we see a clear need to take actions to counter the effects of climate change and to reduce emissions to a minimum. We are a highly exposed region. In the case of the country that I am honored to represent, in the case of Costa Rica, as you know, Costa Rica is a country that has two coastlines, the Caribbean and the Pacific. And in addition, we are a country that has faced many challenges in terms of consistency with public policies. There are huge economic losses in investment in infrastructure due to the effects of climate change. In addition, It's important to take into account when we discuss these matters, public policies, that is not enough to have policies coming from government. These issues require joint strategies with perspectives at a local, regional, and national level. This means we need to make efforts that go beyond government cycles, that go beyond the government, and that goes beyond the full acknowledgement of a national will to address this in an articulate and interinstitutional fashion. In the case of Costa Rica, we have moved forward with the fabric of a network of SDG promoters. SDG 13 has a fundamental role within this strategy that we've developed with local government in our country. We've developed localization strategies for the SDGs, and we have clear commitments, not only in planning, but also in terms of budget and public investment management by 50% of the local governments in our country. We've developed action plans for the adaptation to climate change. We've carried forward an articulation from the Ministry of the Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, MINAE, with 23% of local government participation. We have two strategies. One, to localize the 2030 agenda, and that is around 50% of our municipalities, and the Ministry of the Environment has articulated the Costa Rican Action Plan for Adaptation to Climate Change with actions that are being applied or implemented in 23% of our municipalities. We also have a resilience approach for climate change in order to address the El Niño phenomenon. It has negatively impacted our country. We've carried forward a national planning strategy. In Costa Rica, we have a planning model that is long, medium, and short term. All three are articulated from the Mideplan, the national planning system. We also have a long-term strategy called the National Strategic Plan for 2050. This strategic plan, the national plan of Costa Rica, has traced its climate action goals, and together with this plan, we have a national development plan for public investment, which is the investment plan for each government cycle. And with these instruments, we articulate other plans that are linked to the budget. Our country has a climate policy and a territorial strategy for resilient development in view of climate change. In addition, as you well know, and I feel it's important to mention this, we are part of the Global Biodiversity Plan for the environment. This will depend on the use of public finance and the management of resources to implement SDG 13. There are multiple planning strategies, but they all must go along with strategies that generate a budget so that they don't simply stay at letters of good intention. So there is a plan for public funding for these biodiversity frameworks with economies of development, like Costa Rican one, where we have very large and varied ambitions. Our vision for 2030 with the SDGs is clear, but we also have a national strategy for 2050. Both recognize investing on investing to counter the loss of diversity is of the utmost importance for these plans in benefit of humans and of the planet to preserve and use biological diversity in a sustainable manner and provide means, the necessary means for the implementation. I'd like to stop here for a moment to mention the funding strategies for the protection of the environment of biodiversity that we have institutionalized in our country. When I say institutionalized, I mean financing strategies that are not a simple short-term idea. These are public policy instruments that capture resources in an ongoing fashion to fund climate action. In our country, we have a tax package that goes to financing climate actions. We have left a significant percentage of this tax to fund the payment of environmental services, an ongoing program in Costa Rica that grants environmental and agriculture and livestock benefits. It is necessary and important to study this because there's the logic of those that consume more fossil fuels pay more. So if you want to consume a lot of fossil fuel, good, you can continue doing so, but then you need to contribute more to sustainability and to achieving the goals that we've set. We also have a municipal tax that transfers part of the funds for the wood market, the timber market, both local and imported, and also water, because it's distributed in an equitable manner to protect the hydrographic basins. And it funds actions for the Rio Quebrentazón in Costa Rica, which is where most of the potable water that we drink comes from. And finally, this better use of water allows us to better use the water resource in general in our country. We recognize significant resources to private farms so that they will take measures to protect forests, and it offers resources to indigenous peoples of Costa Rica, which are also committed to the protection of forests and biodiversity, as well as all of the forest plantations. We have been working on the PSA to show better actions that will prove to be sustainable with nature. I don't want to be too long, and I'm going to begin to wrap up this topic on financing, which is so important for this morning. We have a series of partnerships with the Green Fund for Climate initiative called 20 by 30, which is funded by the Blue Fund and the European Union in order to restore biodiversity and economic services. Our idea is to invite you to the Ocean Summit that Costa Rica is leading together with France. It is a very significant international effort for those of us who are concerned with our oceans. I'm going to move along a little faster. I talk a lot, and I thought there were many things that were interesting to share. Costa Rica has increased the protection of marine biodiversity, land biodiversity as well, and we have a comprehensive approach to vulnerability. We are a vulnerable country, and that makes our country, it leads to the need for our country to dedicate resources to this. We need to have public policies that will address these natural disasters. I mean, the plan is planning for this. We've made enormous efforts to establish mechanisms in to pre-invest or to prepare to invest in these risk matrices and make them increasingly advanced. Our public expenditure must be prepared to address these natural disasters and to reduce the losses of resources invested in view of disasters. These are instruments that I think are very powerful and necessary to adjust our investment. I would like to thank ECLAC because we've been able to advance with shadow prices that allows us to move forward with the carbon footprint, and we have analyzed the economic situation and the climate variable when determining this social price of carbon. To conclude, taking action for climate requires a commitment at different levels, local, national, regional. We need to include different approaches within the planning instruments, short, medium, and long term. And that is something that we've talked about with our peers in the region. It's not only about planning. We need to carry forward the entire chain of results from planning to the budget to managing investments, assessing and accountability. This will allow us to generate the results and the impacts that we all desire. Another thing that's very important is that we are making huge efforts to achieve financing, but also generating data. If we don't have statistics and we don't have reliable data that will help us develop our public policies, we will be improvising in decision making. This is a significant challenge for our country, data. And in addition, our country will continue to counter the effects of climate change and collaborating to position this topic in the international agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Fernandez. How important is the idea of having the territory capturing all efforts for SDGs compliance, also planning strategies to be accompanied by financing mechanisms. And the examples you've presented about Costa Rica show true progress, payment for environmental services, fuels, and integrate the risk and climate ideas. Thank you for your intervention. Now, the Minister of the Environment of Chile, Dr. Maisa Rojas, you have the floor. Thank you. Greetings to my co-panelists. I'm very pleased to be here. I will read a summary of what Chile is doing regarding SDG 13, and as we have received some questions at the beginning of the forum, at the end I will answer with some additional ideas. Well, we are convened to this panel by the need of advancing and reaching SDG 13, climate action, but I would like to begin by referring to the integrated efforts of our country so as to achieve the SDGs of the 2030 Agenda. In recent years in Chile, we've made a special efforts to achieve this progress. And thus, in July of 2023, in our report, National Voluntary Report, was submitted at the High Level Forum on Sustainable Development. A crucial landmark has been the approval in March of 2023 of Chile's strategy for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda as a result of a participatory process where we are proud of having all regions identifying the challenges that we need to address. I imagine that on Tuesday, the Minister of Social Development leading this also has mentioned this line of action. And this is very much in sync with the Escazú agreement, with providing standards of access, just participation, and decision making in environmental affairs. The process in which we build our national strategy shows the will of moving to a sustainable, inclusive development, inconsistent and consistent with this agenda. In climate matters, Chile has advanced in the implementation of the commitments we have subscribed before the international community. In 2022, we published the Framework Law of Climate Change, establishing principles, governance instruments, management, financing mechanisms in order to transit to a low emission development and increase resilience and reduce vulnerability. Among the main measures, there is a binding goal of carbon neutrality in 2050 at the latest, and thus it is a legal obligation now. At the end of 2023, Chile presented at COP28 on climate change its national plan on emergency and threat of extreme heat, establishing national responses at different stages. And this plan is coordinated with our national system of disaster risk management. In COP29, Chile will submit this year its fifth national communication on climate change and its first biennial transparency report in accordance with the commitments of its contributions, our NDC of 2020. Chile is also updating its national adaptation plan on climate change that mandates us to 14 mitigation and adaptation plans at sectoral level that mainstreams climate action in all of public management. Our climate change law was confirmed by 17 ministries, showing that it is a task for the whole state. Our NDC has ambitious objectives with a goal of absolute reduction that covers all these sectors of economy. The reinforcement of NDC also introduced a commitment to reverse the trend of methane emissions in the country and the concept of just a socio-ecological transition. In this sense, as it says in the annual report presented before the forum, among the countries of the region, the group of population of higher income are the ones that contribute the most to emissions. And the lower income groups are the most vulnerable in view of an effect of climate change, but do not have the means to adapt to the new climate conditions. Therefore, in 2022, we created in the Ministry of the Environment the Office of Just Socio-Ecological Transition in order to promote transition from a vulnerable model to crisis, to the climate crisis, and uh, and so it's a model of resilience that strengthens innovative and sustainable industries. The focus of the work of this office is in two lines of action: vulnerable territories and just water transition. The impacts of water on Chile rainfall is one of the most severe impacts of climate change. I also would like to say that our NDC saying that climate change is probably one of the three crises that we need to face. And as my colleague from Costa Rica said it, that the laws of biodiversity and contamination are other very important challenges. The NDC also has a lot of synergies, given that resources are scarce always, and it's important to identify measures and efforts that will help us advance in all of them. And thus, we have committed also solutions that will help us to reverse and face the crisis of loss of biodiversity. This subject, in particular in Latin America and the Caribbean, should be a clear manner to face these crises, as the region is one of the most biodiverse regions of the planet. Therefore, the vulnerability to climate change and also taking care of that biodiversity should be a shared synergy. Currently, we are in the process of updating our NDC, responding to international commitments of the UN. This new cycle is marked by the challenge of the implementation of the Paris Accord and to also address the gap of financing for climate action, as clearly presented by Minister of Costa Rica. It is for the above that this process will have as focus to build measurable, verifiable, and reportable commitments, allowing to face the implementation gap that we face globally. We will revise in this update our budget, not of dollars, but our budget of greenhouse gases so as to allow us to comply with the goal of emissions that is up to 2030 absolute, not to emit more than 92 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Also, will develop national commitments contributing to the adaptation goal. We'll reinforce the social pillar is in order to have this socio-ecological transition just and establishing thus territorial instruments for management of climate change. All this in line with our recent commitment signed at COP28, urging countries to generate channels for subnational governments to contribute to the construction of national commitments. Our law obliges the 16 regions of the country and 345 city halls to have action plans consistent with the national commitment. Considering the above, in order to promote the implementation of our NDC and the involvement of the private sector, Chile has made progress in operationalizing these elements of carbon pricing, with the tax compensating green carbon, allowing the sources taxed with our green tax to compensate to obtaining a certificate of reduction or absorption of emissions according to international certification standards. Likewise, the country is developing the basis for the implementation of Article 6 of Paris Accord, and we have signed an agreement for implementing with cooperative approaches with Switzerland. It is underway the modification of an implementation agreement with Japan and one also with Singapore. This, we are doing it in a very serious manner, given that Chile has ambitious and quantitated commitments, and we need to make sure the implementation of Article 6 of Paris Accord to be additional. But this is the way we are working with private sector on the one hand, and our green tax also allows to compensate not only for CO2 but also local contaminants. Although it's not fully enforced, but we see synergies between climate change and problems of contamination in cities in Chile. We have supported international processes promoting initiatives in other countries to promote climate action that is ever more ambitious in view of the crisis we face, also contributing to achieving important progress in the last COPs, as it was the creation of the Fund of Losses and Damages and the adoption of the global goal of adaptation in COP28. Also, challengers on carbon pricing with Canada, and we participate with Germany in the Climate Club. We understand this relationship between the national and mobilization internationally, all this climate ambition. Jointly with Colombia, last year we have requested a consultative opinion to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights so as to clarify the reach of state obligations to respond to climate emergencies within the international human rights framework. In all these efforts, national and international, it is key for our country to have a triple planet crisis approach, where we need to look for solutions contributing to the climate crisis, not to be to the detriment of the other crises like contamination or loss of biodiversity. We have made progress in the introduction of the concept of nature-based solutions in our law and our strategy of long-term strategy. And also, recently, we have created a committee on natural capital and see how can we value economically our biodiversity, and we will also be looking all that Costa Rica has along these lines. I would like to conclude by saying that more than a month ago, we were here in this room downstairs in ECLAC receiving the results of the third evaluation of environmental performance of OECD. It is in that evaluation that says that the last decade, Chile has given an important step forward in its climate policy, increasing its vision, promoting the framework, and advancing with the development of risk thematic maps and the analysis of our socio-economic vulnerability. Likewise, persistent challenges exist, like the lack of resources and capacity and need to accelerate the implementation of regulations and increase the consistency of policies interministerially. Many of these challenges are shared by countries of the region, but also solutions. So the report presented this year at the forum highlights the specificity of the region vis-à-vis the world situation in terms of vulnerability and challenges before climate change and also its progress. The composition of greenhouse gases of Latin America and the Caribbean is different from the world average, and that the region has an energy matrix mm, uh, uh, and where renewable energies have gained room. Likewise, as OECD says, to Chile, one of the main challenges in the regions are the sectors of electricity, heating, and transportation. So we value this forum, allowing us to advance sharing experiences and identifying solutions to the challenges in our transit for sustainable development. We have committed to have an ambitious climate action protecting our environment with the commitment of taking a just socio-ecological transition. One brief reflection as to the questions raised at the beginning, insofar as how can we improve synergies between climate change and risk reduction, disaster risk reduction, and how to promote an impulse to this. The Minister of Costa Rica pointed out what is not measured. Well, statistics are important. And thus, in Chile, we have thought for some time, all in our countries have an inventory of greenhouse gases to see if they increase or decrease. Well, the purpose, that is the purpose in the Paris Accord agreement. We don't have an inventory of impacts of climate change or climate crisis, something that can be measurable, impacts to be measured, then we'll know what are the costs of those impacts and will allow us to where we need to go and invest in resilience and preparation before paying the costs. So definitely to measure it's highly relevant, and in that way we have the agendas with financing together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing the very important ambitions of Chile, including binding goals and also efforts to mainstream adaptation and mitigation throughout the whole public administration and the state, and all the efforts that you have committed to internationally. Also, I point out what you've said about the unequal distribution, the benefits of emissions and the impacts. This is something we need to have very much uh, in mind and in order to inform our strategies. And finally, data. What is not seen, you don't love. What you don't read, you don't act. And so it is a very important dimension, and all the effort that comes at world level in order to have a better assessment of damage and losses. Thank you very much. And now I will introduce Martín Franco, who is Director General of Public Investment of the Minister of Planning and Development of Dominican Republic. You have the floor.
La presentación, gracias. Thank you for the invitation. For us, this is a great opportunity to show the progress that we have achieved and the challenges that we face when it comes to the achievement of climate actions. The Dominican Republic, as SIDS, is very vulnerable to the effects of climate change, primarily extreme climatic phenomena. In accordance with the Global Climatic Index, out of 181 nations, our country was placed in number 12 as the most, in terms of being affected by climate change between 2008 and 2017. This reveals an increase in frequency of meteorological events. Between 2017 and 2020, an average of 85,000 people were mobilized and 1.5 million were impacted by this phenomena. Likewise, the resources devoted to cater for the losses and damage resulting from these events implied an impact upon Dominican public finances. During rainfall of November 2017 and in April 2017, that represented 1.1% of our GDP, or the hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, and also in 2022, with resources equivalent to 0.3% of the GDP. One of the main challenges of a country such as ours is the threat and damage caused by this phenomena that are increasingly frequent and intensive as a result of climate change, dealing with droughts and hurricanes. And this is an unfair situation that we are forced to face, because the causes and therefore where we can avoid phenomena is not within our boundaries, but it is our coasts that are impacted mostly by its consequences. In the Dominican Republic only produces 0.06% of the greenhouse effect gas emissions, but year after year we're among the 15 countries of the world that are most impacted by this phenomenon. And regrettably, this doesn't seem to change, as expressed by the most recent studies, despite the commitments entered into in COP. The facts reveal that there is no commitment that is sufficiently strong in order to achieve the objectives that we have established. For that reason, what we have to do in our country is to work on adaptation. In order to face up to these realities, we have launched a whole series of initiatives and tools that enable the strengthening of resilience and adaptation to climate change, such as the system to compile and evaluate damage that we have in the Dominican Republic, CIDET, which is an advanced tool that effectively systematizes the information related to direct economic losses resulting from various events. And we have launched the national policy, early warning policy, so that we can have a single scheme enabling a better coordination of institutions during crises. And we have guidelines in order to integrate the perspective of the management of disasters in municipal and local municipal plans and in territorial planning. Likewise, we have a budget classifier, a climatic budget classifier, and which integrates the mainstream risk management policy and integrates that into our planning system. Another very important milestone is the production and presentation before our Congress of the bill to manage the risk of disasters that seeks to update the legal framework that has been in force since 2002. In terms of emissions, we lack an inventory of an updated registry of greenhouse effect gases, but CO2 emissions of the energy sector were around 4 metric tons per capita between 2021 and 2022, higher than what was registered during the 2019-2020 period, which was 3.3. We make ongoing efforts to strengthen institutions and the application of strategies and policies to respond to climate change. And it's a supplementation with specific actions based on various international agreements, including the Paris Agreement. We also have a presidential decree, which is 541/20, that creates the system to measure, report, and greenhouse effect gases to account for greenhouse effect gas emissions and execute mitigation measures to guarantee the financing aimed at promoting climate actions. And likewise, in 2020, we improved and updated our NDC, whereby the Dominican Republic increases its climate ambition, committing to a 27% reduction of greenhouse effect gas emissions compared to business as usual in 2030. In order to reach this goal in 2022, we produced the Plan of Action for NDC to 2022-2025, and its objectives are to promote the development of policies, plans, and regulations for the sectorial implementation of the NDC. Secondly, to promote the portfolio of investment flows for the implementation of the plan. Three, to promote the design and establishment of the national climate transparency system. Four, to develop capabilities and to strengthen cross-cutting aspects of the NDC. And as Costa Rica and other countries of the region are also in the process of implementing the impact in public investment projects, the climatic impact as a result of the carbon prices, with the support of ECLAC and program Euroclima. We have already estimations underway, so that this may be something normally done in public investment projects that have an impact in terms of gas emissions. And likewise, our country also forms part of the SNIP network, whereby we are able, well, the SNIP network is a regional entity which includes ECLAC, the IDB, and GIZ, and all Latin American countries, which enables us to promote continuous improvement of public investment systems. And one of the issues that is in our agenda every year is how to strengthen and improve actions aligned with the impact of climate change. Finally, I would like to highlight the role played by our country in the approval of the Fund for Losses and Damage related to climate change within the framework of COP28. And all this progress is accompanied with multiple challenges in order to achieve SDG 13 goals and increase resilience to climate change, especially for people that live in poverty and vulnerability. Thank you. Thank you, Director, for sharing these experiences with us of the Dominican Republic, which is a country that is also an example of how Caribbean countries are especially impacted by climate change, how that hits key industries for the economy, such as tourism. So, thank you very much for sharing the efforts. This the efforts made around the systematization of data on losses and the importance of providing information to public investment about the risk of climate change and disasters. Now I'd like to introduce Maria Jose Lubertino, our next panelist. She represents the Citizens Association for Human Rights, the Red of Environmental Defenders and Good Living, and the Eco-Feminist Network of Latin America and the Caribbean, and representative of the civil society participation mechanism in the Sustainable Development Agenda and in the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. Maria Jose Lubertino, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I thank ECLAC for inviting us to form part of this panel discussion. I would like to thank our colleagues from the civil society participation mechanism for choosing me to play this role. I'll speak on behalf of indigenous peoples, of Afros, of women in their diversities, of migrants, of workers, of youth, of academia, of environmental defenders of our continent, and of future generations. This is a tremendous responsibility in this context that has been adequately described in the ECLAC document, despite the fact that there are 85 countries that have national strategies for the reduction of disasters aligned with the Sinai framework. Climate change continues to become exacerbated, and the frequency and severity of climatic events continues. 40 million people are impacted throughout the world, but our region is the one that is hardest hit, despite the fact that it is one of the regions that produces less greenhouse gas emissions. I must assure that investments in fossil fuels in the world continue to be greater than investments in climate action, and that in our continent that trend is also present. The region is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, even if we were able to achieve a global warming of 1.5 degrees centigrade. I don't need to explain here floods, landslides, droughts, forest fires, extreme temperatures, the meltdown of glaciers, and the increase in sea level. There is some data that I would like to highlight within this context that we only uh, produce 10% of emissions in, uh, investment in energy. In, the change in renewable energy is only increased 1%, and that again is not very good news, as was mentioned during the opening remarks of Jose Manuel Salazar. And the other data that I would like to highlight is that the emissions originated as a result of waste increased at a rate of 2.5% per year, and that implies that we are not managing waste adequately, and it talks about a model that based on consumption and not only on extractive. I would like to say that palliative measures are not enough. We face a tremendous opportunity, or Latin America has a tremendous opportunity of leaving aside the style of inadequate development that we have at present, an inadequate development which is inefficient compared to the promised development model, and devastating when it comes uh, um, to the use of our resources, open cast mining, fracking, contamination using as a result of cyanides, agrotoxics, demolition and destruction of our natural heritage, violation of human rights, a violation of free and informed consent by native peoples, the threat and death of environmental defenders, of journalists. This is the region that faces the most severe cases, and I must say that most of these threatened groups are women in different territories. The climate crisis is a factor that accentuates inequalities and other resources. They create greatest emissions, and they're the most vulnerable and vulneralized as a result of climate change. The speed of decarbonization in the region is 2.4% per year. And if we want to prevent an increase beyond 2.5 degrees centigrade, that requires a decarbonization rate of 6.7% per year. I am not going to dwell on the data because we have little time, and I prefer to underscore the proposals and the solutions that we envisage as from civil society. But I cannot but especially mention the case of the Caribbean, which is the second most vulnerable region to the effects of climate change in the world. It has already been said here that because of its location and because of the concentration of population in coastal areas, nor do I also want to highlight that there are statistics and indicators, not sufficient, of course, but that still enable us to uphold that the most humble social sectors, women, girls, indigenous populations, Afros, and small production sectors are always hardest hit. We can grow and at the same time be environmentally sustainable, but for that we require profound and speedy transformations. Countries must be evaluated not only on the basis of their GDP per capita, but also based on vulnerability conditions when we face natural disasters. We have challenges and opportunities for the implementation of SDG 13. 15 countries have submitted their national adaptation plans, however. The objectives that have been put forward in those reports are insufficient in order to prevent the increase of temperature below 2 degrees centigrade, and we need to increase our ambition in order to limit the temperature increases as stipulated in the Paris Agreement. After the pandemic, the new world status quo reflects the worsening of several intertwined social, economic, political, social, health, and geopolitical crises that strengthen each other. We are extremely concerned with the weakening of institutions and democratic tactics, the strengthening of the extreme right, the progress of negation groups when it comes to climate change, of authoritarianism, and a culture of war at different levels, deeply associated to colonialism, capitalism, and the preservation of patriarchal societies and racism. There is a war against life and nature, and that war is waged in our continent. Territories are hit by an increasing violence that is increasingly expressed upon the bodies of women and upon the defenders of nature, even more so when they form part of indigenous populations, peoples that are racialized, and especially Afro-descendant populations. In global terms, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine aggravated the human and food crisis with effects here at the other end of the planet. The struggle for a fair eco-social transformation necessarily involves the defense of democracy in all dimensions, involving institutional policies, international policies, regional and national, and up until the construction of self-management, territorial economy, and local economy. Present-day reality means that the energy transition of the North towards energies supposedly clean is expressed via a greater pressure upon the global south in order to extract cobalt and lithium for the production of high technology batteries and likewise other strategic minerals for transition. Over the past few years, what has proliferated is a whole series of green agreements, and climatic justice is often at the very center of these agenda of these green agreements because they vote funds for recovery for communities that have historically suffered negative environmental impacts. But often climatic justice is restricted to a domestic perspective in its desire to make a transition. The global north very seldom considers the multiple impacts of this on the South. The effect of decarbonization is a process promoted by major corporations and geared towards the export of commodities from the South to the main powers. Under the rhetoric of sustainability, a new phase of environmental damage of the global South appears that is open and that impacts millions of lives of human beings and compromises biodiversity, the destruction of strategic ecosystems, and other living beings. In this sense, the global south has once again become an area that is being sacrificed. Now, as a result of the digital control and technological control of life, we have called energy colonialism or green extractivism. And so we need to change our path urgently in Latin America and the world, as demanded by the voices of peoples that resist and the recent upheavals that have taken place in different latitudes of our region. Superficial change is not enough, as proposed by hegemonic agents. Today, even major corporations begin to talk about a fair transition and present the consensus of decarbonization as an end in itself, hiding away the fact that this reproduces the same logic of accumulation and expoliation that is at the very basis of the commodities consensus. We need to reveal and oppose the new progress of green capitalism, committing ourselves, our sister peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean united with a radical in-depth transformation that reduces and gives way to a new way of living in balance and reciprocity with the fabric of life. We need to review socio-ecological transformation and make that a logical global justice, which is critical and alternative to the hegemonic social ecological transition. We demand that life be placed at the very center and to adopt a paradigm of care in the organization of our societies, as we have expressed in the Buenos Aires commitment in the 15th women's conference that we held in Buenos Aires for Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to reinforce the leadership of women in negotiations on climate as resolved by successive climate change COPs, and that has not been complied with. We require gender parity in environmental decision making. Many women that are powerful here. We have the ministers, but we need more eco-feminist solutions for the region and women in decision making positions, facing up to the ecological debt and the external debts within the framework of the eco-social transformation as from the South. We want to annul the debt to create life. We propose a financial sovereignty for a fair energy transition. We seek to have an impact upon governments so that may boldly take on board the responsibilities related to climate emergencies. We need governments of the region to make bold decisions that they recover that boldness in view of the severity of the situation today. We believe that it is necessary and possible to advance towards a disindebtedness problem in order to deal with the climate crisis and energy transition. One of the biggest impediments for the actions of SDG 13 is indeed the perpetual debt system that has been expanded over the past 50 years, violating our rights and needs.
En la mayoría de los países
In most countries, it conditions or is conditioned by this death model. We see that the same stakeholders of the debt crisis are the ones that are positioning themselves to apply the same debt system to the climate challenge, especially those for the energy transition. So they are interest concentrated, like the large countries of the north. Their financial institutions or investment funds are putting pressure on this with debt claims, and they intend to favor investments in the extraction of hydrocarbons and strategic minerals in order to position themselves as renewable energy promoters. This has been done in an illegitimate manner and with the collusion of the elites and the hegemonic powers of our countries. This is why we wish to move forward towards alternative proposals, and we believe that the Paris Agreement buried the common responsibilities that are differentiated. We need here in Latin America, we need to recover this vision claiming that the energy transition that they are proposing, if we do not propose the equal consumption for all, is not going to end well. We reject the debt and also the provision. We need to have a provision for repairs in the event of natural disasters. We need to develop new forms of political dialogue, regional cooperation with the strong participation of civil society. We defend plurinationality and a sovereign regional system. We must think of the consequences of all this. We do not want to be the maquilas of the countries of the north. Sacrifice zones are promoted by these industrial zones in some countries such as Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Chile, not only because of the primary extractivism. There are other countries in the region that see this, and there's a dispute between China and the US for these so-called natural resources and labor in Latin America. We must leave these social and cultural aspects and separate them from this exploitation. This leads us to understand the socio-ecologic crisis as an acceleration of climate change and as a crisis of diversity, extinction of the species, and a food system that is unsustainable. Technology is basic human right, and eco justice must lead to the use of technologies in the people's favor and offering access to all, not just to a privileged sector of society. Decarbonization is necessary, but it must be aimed at a solution and not to consolidate new extractivism and sacrifice zones in the global south. This, as a way of development, cannot be our future. These transitions are happening, and we need to map the territorial resistance against the continuity of the hegemonic system. There are many options in communities and territories that generate ecologic projects with alternate economies. We need to promote those. We must prioritize adaptation and risk prevention over damage. I'm almost done. We must make urban areas more rural, especially in cities where there is no relationship with the environment. There has to be ecologic justice. We must promote changes that take us from this consumist system and avoid unnecessary waste and adopt zero waste policies. We make a call to those countries that have not signed Escazú because they will help defend the human rights defenders of the environment. And let's not forget the Protocol of San Salvador, the International Convention on the Protection of Workers, Migrant Workers and their Families, Agreement 169 on Indigenous Peoples, and 143 on the Promotion of Migration and Abusive Conditions of the ILO, compliance of the Global Pact for regular and organized and safe migration, because all these are trying to guarantee safety for those who are victims of climate change, the recognition of governance that understands the catastrophes that will involve migrants, women, indigenous peoples, etc. Thank you, Doctor. It is with the audacity of our organizations, movements, academia, governments, and society as a whole, in the South, to the North, and Latin America, and the Caribbean, that we will revert this scenario. Let's wake up. Let's wake up. Humankind. Our conscience will be shaken by contemplating the destruction of this capitalist, racist, and patriarchal destruction. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have the knowledge, the creativity, and the common goods to make a radical change, making this bad development, taking this bad development system and transforming it into something positive for our youth and future generations. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for bringing the dimension of climate justice. Let's recall that this accentuates the vulnerabilities. We're going to excuse Minister Maisa Rojas. She needs to attend other commitments. Thank you, Minister, for your presence and intervention. We will now have a speaker on video. This will be Andrea Araña Correa do Lago, Secretary of Climate, Energy and Environment of Brazil.
It's a great pleasure to address this panel 3 of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development 2024. It is with great pleasure that I will talk a little with you about climate action in Brazil. I believe that this forum is absolutely central because it focuses on what our region can do to strengthen this SDG that somehow, with the progress of science, has become almost a cross-cutting issue. I was glad to be present last week in Rio de Janeiro for the workshop that was organized by the countries presenting their voluntary national reviews that will be presented in New York in July at the high-level political forum. I believe that the SDGs that were born in Rio at the Rio +20 conference are somehow a roadmap that we have to follow. And unfortunately, we all know that some of the most recent numbers have shown that we are not on track to fulfill what we believed we could commit when we all agreed on them in 2015. But the new Brazilian government that started in January last year has definitely committed to strengthen the fulfillment of the SDGs among its top priorities. President Lula's government has decided that this is going to be like a cross-cutting issue for the entire government, and we want to strengthen not only the 17 SDGs, but also we have somehow created internally an SDG 18 that is to promote racial equality. And this is something that I know some countries are choosing other SDGs 18 internally. We chose that one because we believe this is absolutely central in our country. I would like to also say specifically on our SDG 13 that climate change has been at the center of President Lula's concerns. And this is not only internally in Brazil, but also because of the exceptional circumstances that we have in Brazil, that we are presiding the G20 this year. We're going to preside BRICS Plus next year, as well as COP30. So this government is trying to develop a coherent and very strong position to take in all these contexts and put climate change where it should really be at the center of everybody's concerns. Internally, I have to call the attention to the creation of the ecological transformation plan that is coordinated by the Ministry of Finance, and that all the other ministries have plans and programs that will reinforce this major direction. It's very important to have the Ministry of Finance as the main, as the ministry that is most concerned about climate change, because as we all know, to combat climate change, we need extremely important economic transformation in all of our countries. But as you also know, Brazil's emissions are very much related to deforestation. In fact, when the government started in January 23, deforestation was 50% of our emissions. So if internationally deforestation doesn't have this proportion, as around 10% of the world's emissions, in the case of Brazil, deforestation is a key issue for us, and the government has concentrated its effort, and in less than a year, we have already reduced deforestation by 50%, and the numbers that will be soon published, I believe, will show that this is progressing positively, and we will reach what President Lula has committed to have zero deforestation in the Amazon by 2030. Also, in the same context, the National Treasury has issued the first sustainable bond in the international market, raising over $2 billion that will finance projects through the government's climate fund. So we are creating the circumstances that will allow Brazil to have additional funds for these projects. I believe that this commitment to SDG 13 will bring results much more quickly than expected. And that is why we also want to remind the world that we cannot combat climate without taking into consideration the social dimension and the impact on the population. So that is why we believe that the SDGs and the climate negotiations have to get closer and closer. And in this context, Brazil is going to host in September the Global Conference on Strengthening the Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the SDGs. I believe that between the presidency of the G20, the presidency of the BRICS Plus, and of our COP30, Brazil will try to do everything that is possible to limit the increase of temperature below 1.5 degrees. After the successful COP28, we believe that we can continue in the same line and working with Azerbaijan and the Emirates and Brazil together, we are somehow a troika that is going to make sure that when we reach the 10 years of the Paris Agreement in Belém, in Brazil, in 2025, we will have many progresses to present to the world. I believe that we all now are believing in science more than ever, because unfortunately, all our countries have been victims of extreme weather events, and we are all, I believe our populations are more and more conscious of the threats of climate change. So I want our region to make sure that it can incorporate climate change in its development. Santiago is the symbolic place where we think of the development of our region. And it is with great pleasure that I can tell you that the Brazilian government is acting in that direction, and that we hope we will show the world how Latin America has understood and is able to contribute to combating climate change. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. La intervención de André Araña Correa Dulac.
Thank you very much to Andrea Araña Correa do Lago, Secretary of Climate, Energy and the Environment of Brazil. I will close this section of the panel and share a few comments. The region has low emissions but suffers from climate change. What happens in the rest of the world affects us enormously. We have significant losses, human and social. We talked about the importance of territorializing these efforts and making all efforts cross-cutting through all areas of our governments. It needs to be a joint effort.
Las estrategias de planificación.
The planning strategies must be accompanied by financing strategies and mechanisms. We've had several very positive examples of bonds from Costa Rica and Brazil, and they could show us the way. We wish to have more and better disaggregated data that could support decision-making, but that is not an excuse for inaction. The cost-benefit analyses are very clear. We must make a greater effort to better inform public investment with private information on climate risks.
It was underlined that climate crisis exacerbates vulnerabilities, and there is an unequal distribution of the benefits of emissions as well as impact of climate change, and we were urged to be very bold in pro of climate justice. And finally, to go deeper into inclusive, comprehensive approaches to the planet crisis that will generate dividends in all of these sustainable development. The region may and should be a world leader to recover nature for the human benefit and benefit of the planet. Thanks to all the interventions of the panel, and now we open for interventions of countries to last not more than 3 minutes. Barbados and then Paraguay. Barbados.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much. For Barbados, we think that the development of strategies for the implementation of SDG 13 requires considerable finances. So we recognize that there's a need for a new financial system that drives financial resources towards climate action and the SDGs. So in response, the Bridgetown Initiative was conceptualized to overcome some of the main shortcomings of mobilizing finance for climate vulnerable developing countries. It includes proposals to address immediate liquidity challenges and to build a new international system that responds better to climate and development crises for vulnerable frontline economies. The initiative aims to create an international financial system that responds better to the climate and development crises. And so we continue to promote the Bridgetown Initiative, and the new iteration of this will be coming out shortly. Nationally, we have undertaken many programs and implemented policies which enhance our ability to adapt to the climate crisis. Currently, we have an ambitious national energy policy which aims to create a 100% renewable Barbados and a carbon neutral island state by 2030. In 2021, we became the top user of electric vehicles per capita in the Caribbean, with a higher number of electric vehicles deployed and a higher share of electric vehicles than any other Caribbean member state. We continue to be focused on our green and resilient development, and we're looking at water reuse, the adoption of a climate change and agriculture policy, and the establishment of an environmental sustainability fund. We are also looking at our Barbados' low carbon and resilient infrastructure development through the implementation of new standards for our agency level disaster management plans, institutional reviews of national emergency management plans as well. We are also looking at our renewable energy capacity and support for climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. We know that transformative change is necessary to overcome the limits that we have for adaptation and to avoid reaching the hard limits. And so we need to create opportunities for climate resilient development. So Barbados remains committed to combating the climate crisis and climate action, and we continue to be very engaged in the whole process of adaptation and climate action and being resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbados. Paraguay.
Thank you, Mrs. Laura Fernandez, Minister of Planning of Costa Rica. Panel members, delegates, good morning, everyone. Paraguay has a low incidence in the global carbon balance. However, it has assumed the global commitments and ratified treaties and agreements on climate change, with active participation in areas in line with its national development plan. I would like to highlight some relevant aspects in incorporating measures related to climate change in national policies and strategies. Law 5855 of 2077 on climate change that establishes the regulatory framework allowing to respond urgently and adequately to the impacts of climate change. The nationally determined contribution, whose last update was in 2021, establishes Paraguay's commitment in reducing greenhouse gas emissions with a 20% reduction of emissions, and 10% is subject to receiving international financial resources. The first communication of adaptation of 2021 sets forth objectives and action lines for 2030. The actions and adaptation to climate change is a national priority set forth by law with 7 priority sectors, among which you have resilient cities and communities, health and epidemiology, ecosystems and biodiversity, energy, agricultural, forestry sectors, food security, water resources, and transportation. I would like to mention other agencies and measures linked to the action for climate. Among them, the National Policy on Disaster Risk Reduction, whose last update was 2018. The Secretariat of National Emergencies, the competent authority with 2 areas, risk management and reduction of disaster risks. The National Forestry Institute, in a joint work with the Ministry of the Environment, has promoted the national system of forest monitoring, and Paraguay has a system of information about the status of forest cover regularly, measurably, and sustainably. The engine for the economy of Paraguay is in the primary sector. The main economic activities are agriculture, cattle raising, and forestry. Well, 30% of GDP is that. And with that context, Paraguay guides its public policies to consolidate a productive, sustainable system under environmental, economic, and social dimensions. Also, where productive models are promoted, increasing competitiveness, resilience, generating employment and poverty reduction, reducing the emissions of greenhouse gases. Currently, sustainable agricultural practices are implemented based mainly in direct planting of temporary crops, and it's 33% of planted area. Likewise, the use of green fertilizers, reducing uh, or improving moisture, organic composition in the soil, and better benefits in conservation and restoration of natural resources. Paraguay has a robust regulatory framework. This framework involves several laws and decrees promoting sustainable management of natural resources. These measures reflect the commitment with sustainable development of the country, thanks to the fact that Paraguay adopts concrete and effective measures, leverages natural resources in a sustainable and responsible way to promote economic development and mitigation of climate change. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. Now Peru has the floor. Good morning, panel members. Peru is advancing in its efforts of adaptation, mitigation, and climate change, in spite of the many challenges existing regarding the number of victims and persons affected by the negative consequences of disasters. However, there is a trend, a downward trend. For example, in 2015, the figure was 1,400,000 people. In 22, 340,000. And the lowest figure we had it in 2019, pre-pandemic, when 170,000 affected persons. The emissions of greenhouse gases has increased in all sectors, underlying the need of strengthening the efforts in actions to mitigate climate change. The sector that contributes to the emissions the most is agriculture, mainly because of the deforestation in Amazonia, changes of use to crops and grasslands. In Peru, there has been significant progress in initiatives to address climate change and consequences in recent years. The update of the national strategy before climate change until 2050, and in 2018, the approval of framework law on climate change. Likewise, the creation of commissions in charge of proposing measures of adaptation and mitigation. Also, reports focused on greenhouse gas emission reductions and through the Ministry of the Environment, we have a sectoral statistical uh, inventory. And 15 years back, the lack of information was quite concerning. This annual report provides information to decision makers about the status of the environment, natural resources, and it's in the National System of the Environment, SENIA, using statistics of UN Environment. There are 143 indicators and environmental statistics. It's important also to highlight the work of the Ministry of the Environment when adopting the national environment policy from here to 2030. It is the basis for conservation of the environment, seeking to ensure sustainable, rational, and ethical use of natural resources in order to contribute with the integral social, economic, and cultural development of citizens. Through the Council of Ministers, the National Policy on Disaster Risk Management to 2050 has been approved, and its priority is to help the population before the occurrence of disasters. And the Ministry of Economy and Finance has updated the social price of carbon, integrating within the framework of economic policies, developing tools to simplify the calculation of costs and social benefits for the implementation of investment projects between 2022 and 2023. As expressed by Costa Rica, the Ministry of Economy and Finance had the technical cooperation of ECLAC, the World Bank, for the updating of the social price of carbon and facilitating the calculation of costs and social benefits associated to greenhouse emissions, and has worked coordinatedly with the multi-annual national system with the environment sector in order to define an indicator of cross-sectional gap applicable to investment projects with the idea to comply commitments of reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases in Peru. A roadmap is being prepared to promote transition to a low carbon economy. In spite of all this progress, we have challenges, like the case of strengthening capacity building and increasing public knowledge about climate change through educational initiatives and better administrative procedures to guarantee the successful implementation of funds and management of economically viable projects. To take decisions based on information. It's crucial to improve environment information systems with early warning systems, update frequently vulnerability maps, and create long-term prospects, identifying measures to improve the capacity of a nation to resist the effects of climate change. As to institutional coordination led by the Ministry of the Environment to adopt mitigation and adaptation measures in coordination with the territories. Among the challenges in technology, the idea is to drive sustainable technologies, motivating innovation and state support to bring investments for solutions in mitigation and adaptation to climate change. As to zoning and territorial order, it's very important to improve that in order to supervise effectively or detrimental activities like illegal mining or deforestation, and thus guaranteeing policies to be clearly defined, facilitating activities that are allowed in different areas in order to protect the environment. And as to financing, the country faces the challenge of ensuring sustainable climate financing, promoting efficiency of public expenditure through incentives with market instruments and regulations to comply with the long-term climate objectives. In Peru, the El Nino phenomenon, climate and the felling of trees that are affecting Peru. And based on all that, we are promoting policies to reduce all these effects affecting the population. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. And the list is going to be closed. I will mention, please, interventions not more than 3 minutes. We are behind schedule. Panama, and then UN Women, UNEP, and UN Habitat. And with that, we close. No, Panama, Mexico, and then the agendas, the agencies. Good morning. It is satisfactory to recognize that Panama has adopted significant measures to address climate change and comply with its international commitments with the 2030 Agenda and Paris Agreement. To integrate environmental considerations in national policies has been key in order to face all the challenges faced by the planet and protect natural resources for future Panamanians. The capacity of Panama to generate indicators related to sustainable development goals, especially the dimension related to Cosmic Planet, is an important step towards a more sustainable and responsible management of natural resources. These indicators provide a sound basis to evaluate progress and adopt informed environmental decisions. Establishing a sustainable system of greenhouse gas inventory in Panama is, is a significant step towards effective management of emissions and gas absorptions of GI gas emissions. And this system provides a sound structure to calculate, estimate, and document in a transparent way total emissions of greenhouse gases emissions, as well as the capacity to absorb these gases. Therefore, the role as a carbon capturer stable for continuous monitoring and trend evaluation long term. The National Inventory of Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory and concluded that Panamanian forest lands capture more carbon than the total emissions or other emissions, and thus defines us as a carbon negative country. It's important to point out the main efforts made by the country as to the adaptation to climate change, reflected in different tools, actions, and initiatives that contribute in different ways to face that challenge, and of which we can mention the Vulnerability Index to Climate Change of the Republic of Panama is counted as a vulnerability at space level, and this work analyzes the biophysical and social elements as geographical factors that will determine the vulnerability with the purpose of identifying not only the dangers to which the dangers faced, but also the potential of effective response of the system. Also, the national program, Reduce Your Footprint Plan, and the idea is to establish processes for the management of the carbon footprint and water footprint in Panama. And through this program, emissions of carbon are verified and reported, and the consumption of water of public, private, and civil society. The development of the National Plan of Adaptation that has as main objective to develop the sustainable capacity of the country and strengthen the participation for strategic adaptation processes before climate change in Panama.
Incorporación
The incorporation of the gender perspective in the struggle against climate change. That is something fundamental in order to promote a more equitable and resilient society. The National Gender Program and Climate Change Program seeks to make gender equality and adaptation to climate change to be considered jointly, and that decisions that impact the sustainable development of the country in order to guarantee that the population is able to live in a free environment, free of contamination, where air, water, and food satisfy the requirements of an adequate development of human life. The country is implementing the National Environmental Strategy 2021-2031. Panama is among the countries that promotes political plans and political activities, plans and programs that promote climate action. In this sense, via the implementation of climate change levelers, the country has been able to identify investment projects with a climate risk, and also those that comply with criteria related to climate change. During the period between 2021 and 2023, we registered 740 government investment projects, out of which 51.9% were labeled with criteria linked to climate change. And what is important is that the Panama Canal, with regards to climate change, is implementing the measurement of its carbon footprint as part of the Panamanian commitment to diminish activities with sustainable practices. And this has been translated into the reduction of nearly 13 million equivalent uh, tons of equivalent CO2 by 2020, offering a shorter route for ships. In addition, it also became a leader when it signed the declaration of the first carbon neutral organizations, an action that contributes to accelerating climate actions that are measurable in order to achieve carbon neutrality. In addition, it is also a reference point in the struggle against climate change, and exerts a positive impact and acts as an inspiring force for other organizations, both national and international. Ladies and gentlemen, the commitment of the Panamanian state in the struggle against climate change goes beyond words. Through concrete actions and with a vision of the future, the country is a key actor in seeking effective solutions to protect the environment and organize a sustainable future for future generations. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. Mexico has the floor. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. The representation of civil society in the Mexican delegation. And for me, it's a great pleasure to form part of this panel discussion because indeed the issue that encompasses this SDG in order to implement within public policies of states actions aimed at mitigating the acceleration of climate change via the control of greenhouse effect emissions and the control of disasters and design of state financing for the development of sustainable policies, as has been highlighted in the panel. The report that has been disseminated during this meeting is clear in that seventh report on the progress and regional challenges of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, with regards object to SDG 13, evidences a trend that is very distant from achieving that goal. And we have data that shows that we're very distant from that achievement. And therefore, we have to have strategies that together with financing, because that is very important. However, the social part cannot be cast aside because based on viewing various problems that are linked as effects of climate change, such as human mobility and the forced displacement in our region. Well, I want to refer to that because indeed, faced with this context of human mobility in the region, migration flows create this need to bring to the fore problems and agendas in the region, such as the Cartagena Plus 40 process and the pathway of the national agendas of our states that must be geared towards a Chile action plan, and to link that with the compliance with the Paris agreements and also uh, in terms of the COP agreements. They must all focus on how to deal with these issues because it is these vulnerable sectors that have been historically impacted are the consequence of a logic that has prevailed, focusing exclusively on economic terms. In other words, what was mentioned during the panel discussion, those that produce greatest emissions pay more, but that obeys to the logic of you pay because you have more, and that has categorized indigenous populations and also displaced persons who, as a result of the fact that they are not acknowledged in this issue, the protection that they will request is in a state that is different to their country of origin, has left them without no protection. And therefore, we must look upon the agendas of other countries in order to build regional public policies that deal with these issues. An example of that is the need to cater for human mobility that comes from the dry Central American corridor that involves countries such as Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and of course, part of the south of Mexico, where the figures of present climate migrants in this corridor are not clear. We have no measurable data because indeed the economic approach that has been exclusively attached to the climate issue has not been able to focus other efforts by civil society or efforts that are shared with the private sector and the responsibility of companies, especially of those activists that uh, of those entities that have taken natural resources from Afro-descendant and indigenous communities in the region. And we not only have to have unilateral data, but diversified data. That leads us to highlight the logic that it is estimated that approximately 4.6 million people in this dry corridor are outside their countries of origin as a result of the effects of climate change, the increase in sea levels, and also these disasters that means that they no longer have the precarious means of life that they had prior to the disaster, and it makes it impossible for them to adapt in these places following these events. Talking about climate change involves many economic and social aspects, but it is also political in nature, and therefore we must acknowledge that we have to protect women in their wide diversity, because if we talk about how women suffer the consequences of climate change and of migration, implies talk about women that require the international protection of many of our states as a result of this systematic and generalized violence. And in consequence, I summon you all to reflect around the new strategies aimed at achieving SDG 13, rethinking that with this intersectional and intercultural approach related to adaptability, that we must provide people in context of mobility, people that come from indigenous Afro populations. The land not only works for those who work it, but also of those that look after it, and also of those that can view things beyond economic frontiers. Thank you, Mexico, for that intervention. And now we'll offer the floor to interventions from agencies, reminding you all that you speak for no more than 3 minutes. We are running out of time, but Mariano Diego Perez has the floor. Good morning, everyone. My gratitude to you for acting as moderator. I know it's difficult to
Si bien el cambio climático y los
not to be exceeded in our time, despite climate change and natural disasters have a significant impact upon human security, health, and the environment. Undoubtedly, climate change does not impact everyone equally. It disproportionately impacts on women, as was just mentioned by the Mexican delegate. Domestic and international migration that is generated as a result of climate change is on the increase as a result of environmental crises and, of course, of economic and political crises. Out of 7 million in 2005, we have that figure today is 15 million, and this is the region that has the fastest growth of this population in human mobility. The acceleration and growth of migration patterns puts at risk the solvency of national institutions in order to facilitate safe passageways and ensure the human rights of people in mobility. And that involves a risk for girls and women that beyond the risk of suffering that are at risk of suffering gender violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking. And considering all these crises, girls and women face tremendous inequalities and disadvantages as a result of historical discrimination and exclusion patterns. And these patterns, in addition, include the ownership and the use of natural resources, the unequal effects of contamination, food insecurity, which is something that we referred to yesterday, uh, environmental migration, and the impact of violence. And therefore, it is urgent to have measures for adaptation and mitigation of climate change, and thus reduce disasters, considering their its differentiated impact upon girls and women, especially those that live in rural situations. Rural and indigenous women that rely on natural resources, both for their productive activities and also for their um, life, are in greater vulnerability as a result of climatic uncertainty. But they are the guardians of biodiversity, and they possess valuable valuable and varied knowledge that we have to protect. Discussions in spaces associated to climate action have historically focused on technical aspects, reflecting to a very small extent on uh, gender inequalities when it comes to climatic phenomena. Despite that, there are expressions on the part of different entities and groups, especially ecofeminists. We still have a long way to go to find ourselves at the very center of discussions. There are barriers for the participation of women as a result of their of the fact that they're overburdened with unpaid work and, of course, discrimination and violence. And therefore, the Santiago Declaration in the Regional Women's Conference of 2020, plus the conclusions agreed upon in the legal status of women in 2022 during climate change and the risk of disasters, clearly acknowledged the need to integrate the gender perspective in national adaptation and climate mitigation policies. UN Women has been working with many of your countries and also with the sister entities in the UN precisely to mitigate these effects uh, and to be available for you so that we can put women at the very center. Thank you. Thank you, UN Women. And now we offer the floor to UN Habitat. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. During COP28, we held a ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change involving the participation of representatives from Latin America and the Caribbean, of course. Now, out of that meeting, a whole series of guidelines came out that we deem are key for our region. First of all, to continue to promote a multi-level actions through joint work involving national and local governments so that climate action can become an instrument that is far stronger, far more important as we progress towards a territory or a more sustainable world. National NDCs, nationally determined contributions, may, in accordance with the guidelines of ministers of member states, may incorporate in a much more decisive manner aspects related to local climate action, the perspectives from territories in all their diversities, and of course adhering to an old principle of territorial planning in the sense that we have to deal with things that are different in a differentiated manner. Now, in that event, you have also commissioned us to accompany in a much more decisive and stronger manner the local climate action plans. I would like to express that as from UN Habitat specifically, and of course, as from the regional collaborative platform of all agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations. So we are fully convinced of the possibility of accompanying you so that we can make progress with this process, and obviously through the processes that are being discussed in this forum related to the promotion of the localization of SDGs. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, UN Habitat. And having concluded these interventions, I would like to thank all of you who have made valuable and important contributions. And I would certainly like to express our gratitude and congratulate ECLACA for the organization of this important forum. And I offer the floor back to Laura Fernandez as Vice President of this forum. Well, I thank the moderator, Nahuel Arenas, head of the regional office for the Americas and the Caribbean of the UN Office for the reduction of the risk of disasters, and likewise my co-panelists of this discussion on SDG 3. These are all very useful exercises for the different public policies that we are promoting in our countries and in our region. We will now continue with today's agenda. Now, I would like to ask you to remain on your seats so that we can change the moderator and move on to the next point in our agenda.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats because we will immediately begin with the next panel discussion. Please take a seat.
vamos a dar inicio con la mesa número 4.
We're going to begin with the fourth panel.
La mesa número 4 la dedicaremos al análisis del ODS 16.
So panel 4 will be about SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions.
Invito a la señora Patricia
I would like to invite Patricia Madrigal,
de apoyo a la aplicación
Chair of the Committee to Support the Implementation and Compliance of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Access to Justice and Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean to moderate the table on SDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. Thank you very much, Patricia, for moderating this session. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning. We'd like to invite you to now focus on this SDG that is so important on peace, justice, and strong institutions. This morning, we will be hearing from experts that will be sharing their perspectives.
Algunos hallazgos que se documentan en el informe que estamos analizando nos permite
Well, the report that we're analyzing allows us to begin this conversation.
los avances que
The
tenemos
advances that we have in SDG 16 are unfortunately insufficient in the region, and we've become the most violent region in the world. The homicide rates are of the charts since the 90s last century. And this leads us to foggy fear of people. This fear, sustained in time, affects the personal lives and social lives of people. It affects trust between people, trust towards institutions, the social behavior, the way the territory is inhabited, and it calls for an appropriation of social spaces. The spaces or time dedicated to community life is then restricted. These high homicide rates are attributed to conflicts between organized crime groups, which compete for the illegal markets. But it is also due to structural change, to the weakness of the rule of law, social inequality, and youth unemployment. According to the UN Office on Crime, there is an undisputed relationship between the use of weapons and the homicide rates. In terms of sexual violence, which should or seems to remain constant, there is a perception of insecurity of women in terms of working alone in those countries we have information from. And the victims of trafficking, even though the information shows a slight drop, it is only in girls older than 18. So minors, trafficking in minors continues to remain the same. In terms of access to justice, many people who have been victims of crimes don't necessarily report them. It could be to a lack of trust in institutions or to the difficulties inherent to these processes to carry out the reports. The number of people incarcerated has increased. Unfortunately, it's also women and girls. Overcrowded jails of people that are waiting for trial are something that we would like to solve in our region. But unfortunately, we have setbacks in this regard. The security agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean, trafficking in persons, trafficking of weapons and drugs, the efforts that we make to take care of corruption and bribery don't necessarily offer enough information. We have a very important referendum in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it is the Escazú Agreement, because it is the first instrument that seeks to strengthen environmental democracy the efficacy of public policies, where government action takes place together with international transparency and accountability. It seeks to generate trust in the state and citizens. In several countries of the region, the traditional approaches have not been sufficient. And there are difficulties in trying to get these to be representative and fair. We have recognized this in most countries. 24 countries have specific laws. But the availability of information, of official information that is timely, easy access, and understandable is still a challenge for the exercise of this right. The defenders of the environment are some of the most affected in the region. Next week, in the Conference of the Parties of the Escazú Agreement, the topic is to seek the adoption of an action plan for the member states that could offer more measures tending to offer a safe environment for these people. So these are the topics that we're going to talk about with a group of specialists. And I would like, in the first place, to offer the floor to Miroslav Jenka, Under Secretary General for Europe, Central Asia and the Americas of the Department of Political Affairs of the UN. He will be addressing us virtually. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you to the moderator for this opportunity to discuss the challenges we find in the region, especially in terms of advancing with the SDGs, SDG 16 more specifically in this case, and with a distinguished panel, group of colleagues. The absence of armed conflict at an international level in Latin America and the Caribbean has led regional organizations to proclaim the region as a peace zone. But this is not necessarily encouraging in a world where there is a lot of armed conflict. We've had several attacks to democracy in the last 10 years. We can't forget that the region had a resurgence after authoritarianism that contributed to developing human rights and promoting judiciary reforms and finding solutions that were fair and trustworthy. There's been a series of legislative measures in terms of transparency and mechanisms against corruption that are allowed regional cooperation spaces to rise at a technical and interinstitutional level. These are strengthened today, and they help us present the current risks and approach SDG 16. Despite the democratic culture and tradition, it is only a region with great weakness and institutional weakening. And of course, the goals of SDG 16, which we are in debt with. This is associated with organized crime, the illicit trafficking of drugs. The region presents the highest homicide rate per 100,000 people, and it has grown faster in countries that traditionally were considered safe. Even though these statistics are of concern, they don't include the complexity, or they don't reflect the complexity that these countries must face, nor the impact on the lives of communities, especially in areas where there is little to no state presence. So, the electoral processes have also been affected, and violence in these countries, such as Ecuador, have awakened the concern of international community. In the Caribbean, there's an increase in the trafficking of weapons, and that is a call for their control. The crisis in Haiti, that is suffering indiscriminate violence of the gangs, shows the importance of building institutions with a rule of law that is solid and protects its citizens and guarantees access to justice with peaceful societies and sustainable development. In Colombia, we just celebrated the 7th anniversary of the peace agreement in 2016, which marked the end of over 50 years of armed conflict with the FARC. Although the progress is historic, consolidating peace will greatly depend on the capacity of the state to solve the deeply ingrained causes for violence. There is also a big movement towards the rights of indigenous peoples, and these have been part of these confrontations between criminal structures due to drug trafficking, illegal mining, and the exploitation of natural resources. These conflicts have normalized by affecting or threatening human lives. There has been violence and insecurity. German militarized presence in some cases, and there is a goal, SDG 16 policies can significantly hamper access to public information and the protection of fundamental rights. It is necessary to guarantee plans that will address the phenomenon as a whole in the long term, especially in the causes for growth of criminality. This means greater technical cooperation between countries, strengthening the institutions, justice institutions, and fighting impunity, organized crime, guaranteeing effective mechanisms to prevent corruption, and searching for greater social cohesion. So strengthening the participation and political representation are of the essence, guaranteeing programs tending towards their development. It is necessary to comply with SDG 16 with everything. The region has seen certain frustration with these democratic institutions, corruption, as well as a lack of capacity and lack of institutional will to face these issues continues to impact the trust in democratic institutions and justice institutions, including political parties. Although women have been able to break a possible crystal roofing, there is a lower feminine representation. There's a lot to be done so that countries will reach a minimum quota of 30% of parity. Women face several restrictions in their access to public positions, and it's important to stress this as part of their gender policies, including physical beating. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Policies and Peace Consolidation at the UN works with our offices, with the resident coordinators, and the teams in each country to support in respect of the more thorny topics that I've mentioned. We have maintained a very close position with the electoral procedure in Guatemala. And there's also the MINU, that is the coordinating office in Haiti, and also offices assisting safety in Haiti. All these situations in Haiti must go hand in hand with advances in the political process to restore the democratic institutions. In Colombia, the peace conversations are also part of a specific political trend managed by DPPA. With respect to this fight against corruption, we have sought to support the initiative of the Honduran government to form an international mechanism that is independent, impartial, and autonomous against corruption.
Another technical area that's relevant in this region is the monitoring of conflicts related to uh, indigenous, ethnic, and tribal peoples. In DPTA, we are trying to strengthen the support to the initiatives of dialogue and mediation that involve governments and indigenous peoples, including the strengthening of the role of women and indigenous leaders. The region faces these challenges in an international context, uh, focused in the alarming situation of the Middle East. Resources of cooperation for the region are scarce. However, from DFPA, we have the greatest willingness to work together with you and thus strengthen the joint action of the United Nations and thus reach the goal of SDG 16. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Jenka, for giving that overview of all the efforts conducted by the United Nations in the region. Now we'll give the floor to Candice Welsh, Regional Representative of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime for the Andean region and the Southern Cone. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will switch to English.
Development Goal 16 is sometimes referred to as the goal that facilitates the achievement of all other SDGs. Without peace, justice, and strong and accountable public institutions, it is difficult to reach the security and the social and economic development required to achieve Agenda 2030. This is nowhere more true than in Latin America and the Caribbean, where the challenges of organized crime, corruption, and violence threaten every country across the region. UNODC is the custodian of different indicators related to SDG 16 and provides member states in the region with policy advisory services and expert technical assistance for measuring and collecting data, as well as progressing towards SDG and its targets. A fundamental requirement to achieve goal SDG 16 is to understand exactly what is happening. UNODC assists member states by producing high-quality, essential evidence to inform policy-making on drugs and crime. Our publications, such as the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons, the Statistical Framework for Measuring Femicide, the COCA surveys in Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru, as well as the World Drug Report, contribute to that end. Through its annual United Nations Survey on Crime Trends and Operations of Criminal Justice Systems, UNODC maintains and analyzes data to monitor crime patterns and evaluate policy interventions and crime prevention measures. UNODC assists member states in achieving Target 16.1 on reducing violence by supporting national and local authorities to implement comprehensive programs to reduce crime and violence and to strengthen citizen security. By upholding children's rights while simultaneously safeguarding public safety, UNODC works to end violence against children and strengthen juvenile justice systems and their ability to support children to build a better future, thus facilitating the attainment of Target 16.2 in coordination with other UN agencies. UNODC also prioritizes the achievement of Goal 16.3 on the rule of law, through efforts to strengthen crime prevention and build effective, fair, and humane criminal justice systems. It promotes penal and prison reform, as well as to access to justice through improving access to legal aid, alternatives to imprisonment, youth crime prevention, as well as measures to strengthen offenders' rehabilitation and social reintegration, and to reduce pretrial detention. Additionally, UNODC assists member states in achieving Target 16.4 related to illicit financial and arms flows, and to strengthen stolen asset recovery and combat all forms of organized crime by offering a full spectrum of tools to strengthen anti-money laundering legal frameworks and develop capacities of national agencies to investigate money laundering and terrorist financing, disrupt illicit financial flows, as well as to recover stolen assets and ensure their return, thereby allowing states to use that money for their own development. As custodian agencies of SDG Indicator 16.4.1, UNODC and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development jointly developed a conceptual framework for the statistical measurement of illicit financial flows, an important step forward in this critical matter. Firearms are an increasing problem in Latin America and the Caribbean, and are used more in homicides here than anywhere else in the world. UNODC developed guidelines on the investigation and prosecution of firearms offenses and provides technical assistance.
It also releases data on the illicit trafficking of firearms in reports like the Global Study of Firearms and Trafficking 2020. Cybercrime is an evolving form of transnational crime. UNODC is supporting member states in the negotiation process towards the Cybercrime Convention and provides expert technical assistance to authorities trying to grapple with these new challenges. UNODC also works to prevent online exploitation by sensitizing educators and parents to the threats that children face online, and by educating children and adolescents about safely engaging in online spaces. Based on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNODC assists member states in preventing, detecting, investigating, and punishing corruption, and promoting international cooperation against corruption, as well as the recovery of stolen assets. In this regard, UNODC has developed many resources, including an online platform of tools for anti-corruption knowledge. These efforts directly contribute to advancing Target 16.5 on substantially reducing corruption and bribery in all their forms. UNODC also supports efforts towards Target 16.6 by assisting member states to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions through the implementation of Chapter 2 of the Convention to prevent corruption in the public and private sector institutions, working with such partners as the United Nations Global Compact to increase business integrity. Further, the Office encourages and facilitates the participation of a wide range of civil society organizations, contributing to an open, responsive, and accountable decision-making process on crime and drugs-related matters at the international level. An example of this work towards advancing Target 16.7 on ensuring participatory and representative decision-making was the youth consultation preceding the 11th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. Lastly, UNODC's work is also aligned with Target 16.A on strengthening relevant national institutions to prevent violence and combat terrorism and crime. In this regard, the Office provides specialized legislative and capacity building assistance to member states to address the challenges that terrorism poses. Over the last 20 years, as a result of UNODC's technical assistance, 1,145 new adherences to the international legal instruments against terrorism have been recorded. In order to ensure that UNODC can effectively support the states of Latin America and the Caribbean, it has established a network of field offices in the region. This includes the Office for the Andean region in the Southern Cone, led from Colombia, an Office for Brazil, an Office for Central America and the Caribbean, based in Panama, and an Office for Mexico, with many more sub-offices spread across the region and across countries. We believe in the importance of having expertise on the ground to be able to best support you, drawing on UNODC's regional and substantive experts, and facilitating cooperation between the countries of the region. Our network is at the service of member states in the region for policy advisory services and technical assistance to be able to support you to make real progress towards achieving the targets of SDG 16. Gracias por su atención.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for the presentation of all the efforts that UNODC is conducting. In the Andean region in the Southern Cone. We'll now give the floor to Fernando Carrión, academic in the Department of Political Science at the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences in Ecuador. Flaxo. Cordial greetings, and especially to the audience, and special thanks to ECLAC for having invited me to take part in this very important meeting. I want to convey 3 ideas very summarized way. The first one, I am under the impression that still Latin America doesn't have a clear viewing that violence is one of its main problems, probably the most important one. And why? Because the homicide rate of Latin America is fourfold the average of the world's average. The world has 5.5 homicides or murders, and Latin America is over 20 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. The ECLAC did another work saying that Latin America has 9% of world population and has 33% of the total homicides. Very serious. This is expressed by the fact that in this century, more or less 3,300,000 people have died. Something absolutely dramatic. And this is leading to public surveys in all of our countries where the main demand of population is security. The main demand in all surveys of the population is precisely security. A third characteristic is the impacts, two impacts. One, in cultural terms, is fear. In some way, it has become a principle producing cities, society. The main engine that drives this is fear, being afraid. And that, which is also very complicated, is the impact on the economic. I believe that in this century, Latin America has three sectors of the economy. Sector of criminal economy, the sector of informal economy, and thirdly, in the sector of formal economy. Latin America needs to be studied, needs to have policies in these three sectors of the economy. A second idea, some rapid characteristics. One is that violence does not stop, continues to grow. In average, in Latin America, we have 20 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. The average is 130,000 people murdered per year. Violence has become an endemic problem. We have been unable to reduce nor even to keep the same because it continues to grow. Violence is being diversified. It's not only homicides, murders, but today there is an extension of extortions, of they are called vaccines in different places, kidnapping, which is more in the line of extortion, but also you have human trafficking, irregular migration, generating impressive economic resources. And the fourth characteristic is violence has become much more violent. The amount of people dying with firearms, for example, in my country, in Ecuador, 84% are murdered with firearms. But not only that, what we have are dismembered bodies hanging in the bridges. And the impression I get is that not only violence has become more violent, but it involves having a sort of uh, violence message, generate terror, and that is occurring in a generalized manner. And probably the most important element is that in this century we are living a mutation of violence. We are moving from traditional violence, which was basically a survival strategy, a problem of playful culture. We went to a bar, there's a fight, the referee was bad, something. And also asymmetry of power that is expressed between genders, peoples, nationalities, migrants. And in that time, violence, this traditional violence, was faced with three elements of the criminal system: police, justice, and prison. And that, I think, today is moving to a non traditional modern violence Well, the main element is that there is an explicit objective. Before there wasn't an explicit objective. Today, yes, it is an economic objective. And because of that, they organize themselves, have technology, division of labor, and they generate resources, economic resources impressively. So what we have now, it's not only to face is not only the criminal system, but it's a series of institutions, local governments, ministries, secretariats in national governments, international community through its organizations. This is a relatively recent phenomenon, but also NGOs and organizations. There is a substantial change. And finally, the last point of criminal economy, as I was saying, was one of the three sectors of the economy in Latin America. Data from IDB. IDB says that the cost of violence is more or less 3.5% of GDP, $265 billion. The cost of the budget assumed by states is 1.5%. And the laundering is 7%. The money laundering is 7%. That is legalizing this economy because they launder in order to have it in the formal economy and therefore to work in legal terms. We are speaking of 12% now. And with this, we need to add the data from ECLAC, 7% tax evasion. If we add these four lines, we are in 18, 19, 20%. And I don't have data of corruption that would need to be added. So I think if we add corruption, we will be talking about the weight in the Latin American economy of 24, 25%, a sector that is very powerful. It didn't, or it wasn't like that, and we have before, and we have these players now, actors that have these organizations, and especially they have an international nature. Moises Naim says that today these players or actors are economically more powerful. Imagine what is to manage 25% of Latin American economy, and politically they're more influential. This has led for this economy and these actors to have a strong penetration in society, a penetration as an organization impressive, with the division of labor, with technology, incredible. And they have also an incredible labor supply. In Ecuador, we have 22 criminal structures that generate work for 50,000 people. I made a comparison with the two companies that generate the highest employment rate. One is supermarket and the other fishing industry. Well, these 22 generate 50,000 jobs, threefold the amount of the fishing or other industries. There is a penetration in society that we are not seeing. A second one that is most clear, and it is a penetration in the market of the private sector. It is there where it is laundered, nor are we working with explicit policies. And in third place,
is la penetración. And in third place, we see the penetration in the state. And I conclude with a single idea by saying to you that we have many more institutions that we had in the past century with traditional violence. We have a lot more budget for security policies. However, what is happening is that violence continues to be on the increase. I get the impression that the policies that we're putting forward are not the best. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Carrion. Short, precise, and truly concerning what you share with us. But indeed, that is the case. More institutions I don't know if we have more resources, but we do face an increasing problem in the region, which is that leads us to think that what we're doing is not really helping. We would also have to ask ourselves why it is that we're doing the same when it comes to a phenomenon that is completely different to the type of violence and crime that we had 20 years ago. I now like to offer the floor to Marcela Rios Tovar, who is Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA International. Thank you. I understand that you have to show my presentation. Well, I'd like to thank ECLAC for the invitation to participate. And I believe that by looking at the outlook in the wide sense, in terms of SDG, that in the SDG that we're dealing with, one of the major transformations and innovations posed by the 2030 Agenda and the set of Sustainable Development Goals was indeed to incorporate the issue of institutions, peace, participation, the fight against corruption as an essential part of the development agenda. Up until then, governance, institutions were not a key part of the discussion, and I believe that the fundamental step that has been taken is to understand that this is a cross-cutting issue, an enabling issue. Without institutions, without public policies, without states free of corruption, without the rule of law, it'll be and without the full exercise of the rights of citizens, it'll be impossible to make headway with other sustainable development goals in the struggle against poverty, against hunger, against gender equality, or in favor of gender equality, and dealing with climate change. When we look at the progress in terms of SDG 16, and when we analyze the outlook presented by ECLAC for this meeting, we find that SDG 16 is a goal that has no indicators or goals that have been achieved, and we still face an enormous vacuum in terms of truly being able to evaluate the achievement of this objective. As for the International Institute for Democracy and the support of elections, we have an annual democracy report, thus we form part of the monitoring of SDG 16 of the World Coalition to monitor SDG 16. One of the things that we have evidenced, as mentioned by Fernando, is the growth of violence and insecurity in our region. We also find that we are in a context of lagging behind or of weakening or of deteriorating democracy in Latin America for 8 consecutive years. The annual report of IDEA International shows a stagnation in what continues to be the first region in the southern part of the planet, but the third in the world, because we still have many democratic regimes. However, most countries have a performance from medium to low in the different dimensions of democracy, and in many countries we have fallen behind very significantly. Latin America and the Caribbean can be highlighted because they have made progress in terms of representation and participation. What has been improved is our institutional frameworks, mechanisms. In many of our countries, this has improved. Many of our countries have been at the vanguard in terms of representation mechanisms for women. Many countries have supported the gender quotas, have made progress towards parity, but we're also lagging behind in many important aspects. We are experiencing a moment when democratic our democratic regression is also very important. Democratic regression or decline cannot be understood if we don't understand the challenges or the regressions in terms of rights and equality. And where we find the biggest concern, despite the fact that in terms of participation we have an outlook that has more positive than negative aspects, we are concerned with the fact that in terms of rule of law and in terms of the exercise of rights, Latin America has suffered a significant decline over the past decade, and that explains the delay and the stagnation when it comes to achieving this development goal. And therefore, the data is available, and invite you all to review not only the annual democracy report, but also the country statistics in each one of these dimensions. But what is also relevant here is to analyze the opinion of people, of citizens, of the inhabitants of countries in the region, where several opinion studies, this is a graph from Latino Barometro, but other studies show the same thing. There is an increasing discontent with democracy. There is a willingness to support authoritarian regimes, and likewise a willingness to accept a reduction in freedom, rights, and guarantees in exchange for security. And this is closely linked to with what Fernando presented, in the sense that the security crisis in our region, the increase in violence, is also triggering a deterioration of the rule of law, not only as a result of a deterioration and permeability, so to speak, of institutions of the state, of its ability to guarantee rights, but also, in what is of even greater concern, because citizens are available to support a regression in terms of guarantees and rights in exchange for security. And that is very important when we think about the development agenda, whenever we think about the progress towards SDG 16. How what is closely linked is the increase of violence and crime and the deterioration of the exercise of rights with the sustainability of democratic regimes, and how it becomes essential for public policies in order to face up to insecurity, be not only effective but also enable us to uphold the permanence of the rule of law and of democracy. We, as from IDEA, we are collaborating with the World Coordination in order to monitor SDG 16. We provide data and statistics, but also more in-depth analysis related to the outlook of each country. And perhaps I would like to conclude with some recommendations. So this has been a very short presentation, and to contribute with a perspective of other dimensions related to this indicator, beyond access to information, participation, corruption, violence, gender equality, linked to this goal 16, and some essential recommendations so that we can make headway by 2030. Related to how we can continue to work. And Miroslav already said this at the very beginning, the strengthening of the rule of law, justice institutions, the support of counterpart institutions in the region. There is a weakening of institutions that play the role of generating a counterweight to the executive and of guaranteeing rights, access to information, the exercise of citizenship. And thus we need to continue to strengthen these institutions and to accompany the state. Clean and fair elections. So this is essential as a pillar for democracy. Democracy doesn't end with elections, certainly. Democracy also entails the exercise of citizenship in a wider ranging manner, but without democracy, without clean and fair elections, without the possibility of competition, it is impossible to uphold democratic regimes over time. And therefore, we also invite you to strengthen electoral systems, to pay due respect to electoral entities, and to support their strengthening. More and better representation. This continues to be a challenge. Inequality, structural inequality in our region is closely linked to the possibility of groups that have been historically excluded of gaining access, of having a voice, of having a participation in decision-making processes, and that is still a pending task, despite the fact that many countries have made important progress, as mentioned beforehand, a more balanced representation in the different genders in the legislatures of many countries. But we still have tremendous debts in terms of local and regional governments when it comes to the representation of women. And the same thing can be said with regards indigenous populations and Afro-descendants and other sectors of society that have been historically excluded, such as the LGBTQ plus population, among other sectors. An area that is also linked to SDG 5, but that we wanted to reiterate its importance of a gender perspective to deal with the issue of violence. As we all know, women continue to be victims of a different type of violence, perhaps not the same types of violence that impact men. We still need to work in order to fight against violence, diagnosis, training, reporting violence, and monitoring that. And as from our perspective, we also need to pay attention to political gender violence against women. That continues to be an ever-present phenomenon when it comes to political disputes, where, and in some countries, violence becomes something natural. I'm not only talking about psychological violence, but also uh, physical threats against women in politics, against women that hold decision-making positions. And this is, what is very important here is also the impact of artificial intelligence and digitalization. We need to understand that better. It is true that AI opens up many opportunities for SDG 16 in terms of participation, access to information, monitoring, control, and accountability on the part of civil society. And also opportunities for state institutions to be linked much more adequately and in a much more agile fashion to society. But this also entails great risks, not only during campaigns, the manipulation of information, um, um, the propagation of hate, violence, discrimination. It is true that internet and digitalization mechanisms did not invent these discriminations and this violence in a region, but certainly they are acting as a new vehicle to multiply hate discourses and the harassment of harassment, and women is especially impacted by this. And finally, we continue to require for SDG 16 far more information. As you can see in the ECLAC report, there is a large number of indicators for which we do not have data. We cannot conduct comparative evaluations. And given that we have little time before 2030, it is urgent for states and institutions to redouble our efforts to generate evidence with all those indicators and goals where we still lack evidence, so that we can have information about governance, elections, and human rights. With this idea, finally, I would like to reiterate our willingness to cooperate, not only with member states of our institution, but with all countries in the region and the UN institutions in the progress of this SDG and the 2030 agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Marcela Rios. This relationship between electoral rights, the exercise of democracy, and the situations that we face, this regression of the rule of law and of participative democracy, the exchange of rights for security. And that illustrates the very big challenges that we face at present. But in addition to that, this is security to benefit the quality of life, security to produce. There is an underlying economic issue there that was mentioned beforehand by Fernando Carrion. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Gabriela Agosto, who is the director of the Center for Leadership and Perspective of Universidad del Salvador of Argentina. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar, Luis Yáñez, and the whole ECLAC team for their untiring task and commitment with the debate around the 2030 agenda. Likewise, I'd like to greet my colleagues. For me, it's an honor to be here today within the framework of this forum representing Universidad del Salvador and academia. This issue invites us to reflect upon SDG 16, focusing on peaceful, fair, and inclusive society, which entails access to justice and also the adoption of laws and non-discriminatory policies that favor sustainable development. The 2030 Agenda represents a significant milestone in the debate on development, posing an indivisible, comprehensive view that goes beyond sectorial viewpoints and includes emerging issues such as peace, democracy, and transparency. Within this framework, SDG 16 is an enabling principle, placing at the very center of the discussion the importance of creating and strengthening solid and transparent institutions. So within the global context, this SDG faces a structural challenge linked to democracy, justice, and inequality, but also with peace as a guiding principle. We're in a global context that requires international commitment, and today, more than ever, the call for peace by the General Secretary of the United Nations is something very important. Antonio Guterres mentions that peace is the solution to all present crises, and yet it is the one that we are in most need in a world that is at war with itself, which includes not only wars, political tensions, polarization, but also what we're waging with nature, where civilians suffer. And these stresses are not absent in Latin America and the Caribbean. This SDG is crucial for the development of Latin American societies, where what comes together is inequality and violence. Latin America has one of the largest rates of poverty and the greatest rate of violence at a world level. In order to analyze this, we find practically a third of murders in this region. The strategies to achieve SDG 16 must necessarily envisage this dynamic. Violence in our region can also be measured in other means: institutional, political, symbolic, family, and gender violence. And here we also have to be very aware of this education and the diversification of the types of violence that Fernando Carrion mentions, modern violence based on economic motivations. The specific goals of SDG 16 highlighted the importance of this SDG in the region. In accordance with ECLAC data, if we measure the incidence of bribery, for example, it was in 2022, 9% of Latin American companies had experienced at least one request for the payment of bribes in the past year. And the number of speakers in congresses in South America, we have seen that for every 10 speakers, only one is a woman. Another indicator that is that has to do with the number of persons that have been arrested without receiving a sentence. And this is frightening. In the prison population in Latin America and the Caribbean, 39% of people in prison have no sentences. So we were just behind Southeast Asia and behind Sub-Saharan Africa. According to a study in 2019 over the University of Los Andes, but also in the ECLAC reports, this regression is critical when it comes to achieving SDG 16 in our region. Beyond negative indicators, there is progress that has to do with the promotion of laws of access to public information, open government, or the follow-up of the Escazú agreement that will be very important as from next week in the same room.
Instituciones nacionales de derechos humanos.
So, human rights, gender, and diversity, I would like to stress a topic that came out recently, which is the idea of SDG 18 on the inclusion of Afro-descendants. This was posed by Brazil. It coadjuvates the attainment of SDG 16. These advances were insufficient in most goals, and in fact, there were some setbacks. It has to do with the promotion of the rule of law and access to justice. The commitment of the region to democracy does not seem to be in danger. What is in danger is the legitimacy and the ability of democracy to solve problems in the region. SDG 16 is an opportunity to take these long-standing issues like discrimination, corruption, and work with these challenges and try to solve the low trust in institutions. There's another challenge that Carrie-Anne mentioned, which is analyzing the new players that produce and reproduce the mechanisms of violence and impact the daily lives in our region. Another difficulty is that the SDG has a lack of indicators. It was stressed by our colleague, a lack of these indicators for sufficient analysis. This needs to be done in a coordinated fashion at a national level, regional level, international level. I'd like to introduce a success case in the measurement of SDG 16.3. This was done by Argentina together with the UNDP and the Catholic University. They carried out a pioneering pace of work with a conceptual and methodological approach to SDG 16.3, and it basically talks about the way that these gaps affect civil justice of the population. Some of the results in this report show us that those who seek justice, the variables of gender and others don't really present significant differences. Youth had the lowest numbers in the dispute resolution mechanisms, and the socioeconomic factors of a structural fashion in the demand for justice, they generate barriers to success, and the results are determining. In a context of poverty, justice at the same time is lower, and the probability of access to the same as well. Another relevant piece of information in the study is the inactivity or unemployment in people. That means that normally these people will have greater need for justice, but less opportunities to actually receive it. This is associated with a lower demand for justice, and it is a very important input for the debate and for improving public policies in Argentina and the region. This implies a significant advance for SDG 16, and there's so much more to do in terms of monitoring and assessment. In conclusion, I'd like to stress a few things. It's necessary to take advantage of the opportunities and address the challenges of SDG 16. It's important to work on these factors in an ongoing fashion. But we need to address the different factors of the population, sectors of the population, and legislative power, the judiciary, the armed forces, security forces, and the political parties. These are all sectors that we need to listen to more proactively in this stage of the 2030 agenda. We should also work on a new institutionality based on ethical values with a political institutional system that serves us better. And of course, non-discrimination towards the Afro-descendant population. It is key to put an accent on all these actions that promote social justice. Luis Felipe Lopez Calva mentioned it yesterday. He talked about the need to rethink and strengthen all capitals, but social capital at all levels, micro, meso, macro. is weakened for several reasons in our country, in our region. So, formal and informal education is important for this very necessary cultural change. It's fundamental for the promotion of values, peace, and justice and equity, and building inclusive and sustainable societies, families, communities, schools, universities, and the media. All forms of communication have a key role in this. Hopefully, in the future, we can pick up the agenda which, beyond its ambitions, should see the world collaborate with a single voice. Thank you to Ms. Agosto. Very interesting contribution on justice and sustainable development. And these links are the ones that allow us to better understand what's happening. We'll offer the floor now to Monica Jacis, co-director of the Center for Women in Mexico, representative of Civil Society Participation Mechanism and Sustainable Development Agenda, and in this forum. Thank you, Ms. Patricia Madrigal. Also, thank you to Mr. Salazar, Luis Yanez, and the entire ECLAC team, and of course, the opportunity to present on behalf of civil society what we think, feel about SDG 16. Civil society organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean have a huge challenge in the current conditions in terms of SDG 16, which in fact is interdependent with all others. And there are several questions that arise for governments on the strategies that could be put into place to accelerate it. We understand that the advances of SDG 16 cannot be analyzed only by looking at the security of institutions and justice without taking a look at the variables that make daily sustenance possible. We have a series of fundamental aspects that are mentioned as underlying challenges for compliance of SDG 16 and building peace in our region. According to the World Bank, 16 countries in Latin America are some of the countries that have the worst incomes. In general, in 2023 it was 6.4% in 2023, and unemployment or sub-employment or informal employment has grown to the point that it is the factor that allows for labor recovery. It represents between 40 and 50% of the employees generated after the pandemic. 1 out of 2 people work in informality in the region, and they are 3 to 4 times more likely to be poor compared to the formal jobs. 90% of the total poverty, job poverty. There are minors under 15 years of age with informal work. There is greater poverty, and it is more difficult to get out of it. In 2021, 75 to 80% of the workers in a situation of poverty lived with other boys, girls, and adolescents. For migrant workers, the risk is 35% compared to 33% with non-migrant workers. This figure is calculated to consider the sub-registers. This according to the International Office on Migration. Now, this humanitarian mobility crisis has not stopped and does not seem likely to be resolved. And this diversity of women in the region present the greatest vulnerability. We've said in this forum multiple times that they have greater factors for vulnerability and multidimensional poverty that involves the access of people to health services, the educational aspect, being autonomous, access to information, household, and services. On the other hand, gender-based violence against the diversity of women is a problem in our countries because it grew during the COVID pandemic. National information states that 60% of women have had some sort of gender violence. The most cruel expression of gender violence are the feminicides and transfeminicides, which only in 2021 were 4,471 women victims of feminicide. And in 2023, we saw the highest number of trans feminicides. The impact of these, Brazil was the highest. This is a huge impact in our communities. Social protection, comprehensive social protection, broad and inclusive, is directly linked to social security and human rights. And this is related to the comprehensive nature of this care. 40% of the workers and their families are not covered by any kind of social protection in Latin America and the Caribbean. Safe access or certain access to health is also not that guaranteed. Public expenditure in health was 14% of the GDP in 2021, and countries belonging to the OCDE reached 21 or 22%. The investment in social expenditure decreases maternal death, child death, and it increases the expectation of life expectancy in our country and regions. That's around 41% of what people study in their lives. There are health services, access services, and indigenous peoples, disabled, and Afro descendants and migrants benefit from those. The idea is for them to not be so far from urban centers. In terms of the vaccination, 12 countries do not present minimum vaccination levels for 4 of the preventable child disease, diphtheria, tetanus, and whooping cough. And most countries don't even cover measles. So access to justice, and we've touched upon this extensively. Mr. Carrion gave us a very interesting presentation of what violence is in the region. In the region, the weakness of our institutions and the obstacles to justice are threats to our territory. It's not possible to have peace in communities that feel threatened by the forced displacement of criminal gangs and of persons, and due to poverty and lack of opportunities. This is part of the difficulty to have expeditious and processes that may help solve certain situations. It has become structural, and it implies the building of humans. In Latin America and the Caribbean, people live in a risk society. UNDP states that there's a culture of impunity with weak judiciary systems and lack of police force empowerment. And this is all part of the permissive nature of criminal activities. So nature with this violence, this digital violence, they've been recorded for every 100,000 inhabitants, and the events of forced disappearances due to political situations, armed conflicts, criminals keep our communities on edge and feeling lost. So people reported missing or dead in Mexico, it's 195,000, in Colombia, 395,045. enforced disappearances. Judicial systems are not solid. The rate of people convicted for crimes is high. In Europe, convictions are around 81 per 100 victims. Institutional weaknesses due to lack of control of the institutions have to do with investigating and sanctioning internal corrupt practices and the lack of interinstitutional collaboration. We should trust in our institutions for their defense, and both directly and indirectly are coming from virtual spaces. These are the spaces nowadays where there is greater or greatest impunity. The rules are presented by corporate people, such as in Google, Facebook, Instagram, etc., which are used by criminals to frighten and vulnerabilize our communities. Just to conclude, SDG 13 is a binding objective for sustainable development that is linked and depends on the actions of the rest of the objectives. We have exposed some of the circumstances by which we visualize difficulties in advancing, and I would like to let you know that we try to guarantee the human rights of all people in the region. A main obstacle is the most frequent exclusion of civil society, organized civil society, and those decision-making processes. We're worried about Giro la Derecha. They're taking some countries in Latin America due to the possible rupture of regional integration. This is something that must be strengthened. Create national policies aiming to have access to justice and peace with greater and effective actions. They must all access social security through the effective mark of human rights, and then a few circumstantial crises that we've seen in the countries. Public health, pensions are of urgent character. This must be expanded by formalizing on the side of companies. We need to guarantee all of the diversity of women and girls, adolescents, and boys, migrants, Afro-descendants, LGBTQ plus, and more. It is for peace of mind. Also, the vision of shortening or bridging all the gaps, the ethnic gaps, due to migrant conditions. This year, we will be celebrating 30 years of the Cairo Conference and the Action Program. And next year, the anniversary of the Beijing Conference. And these are opportunities to show the governments that they continue to be a part of these action programs and the agreements thereof. So civil society organizations must contribute to the design, monitoring, and evaluation of these security programs and prevention of all forms of violence, integrating these models for good practices that have worked.
Strengthen the capacities of authorities and operators of institutions as to training in service, alternative solutions, and coordination systems among the institutions, including the civil society organizations. It is important to combat interinstitutional internal corruption in order to hold responsible those corrupt civil servants And therefore, you need citizen participation to monitor the agencies of investigation and sanctions. Facilitate access to information by civil society organizations, and the new forms of electronic government are positive alternatives. Strengthen, finally, interinstitutional coordination among ministries and secretariats in charge of social protection, as well as with organizations of local international civil society organizations. Thank you. Thank you, all the panel members. You've provided us with many analytical elements, information, best practices. And still, we have a few minutes to have a participation of national delegations. Please, not more than 3 minutes maximum. I see Brazil asking for the floor. Good morning. Thank you. Panel members, dear delegates, Brazil has adopted a set of policies contributing to achieve Goal 16, to broaden and strengthen the participation of developing countries in world governance institutions. Brazil has included the reform of global governance among its priorities during the chair in G20, jointly with sustainable development and fight against hunger, poverty, and inequality. In the internal area, since 2023, we have resumed participatory agencies in the decision-making processes. We recreated the National Commission of SDG that includes representatives of civil society, of the private sector, and academia. The Commission contributes to the internationalization and implementation of the 2030 Agenda, plus the monitoring in order to reach those goals. In order to reach an inclusive, democratic, and just society, we are working in the SDG 18 for promoting ethnic, racial equality. I thank Mrs. Gabriela Agosto for mentioning it. The process of the SDG 16 is involved in planning strategies. Therefore, I would like to invite Virginia de Angelis, Planning Secretary, to present about this subject. Thank you, Rafaela, and to all of you. Good morning. It is a with great honor and enthusiasm that I address you in order to speak about the area of construction planning of Brazil. The 2030 Agenda challenges governments to formulate and implement public policies in an integrated manner in the economic, social, and environmental dimensions, reducing fragmentations and promoting coordination of the different players involved. The planning capacity of the state is a key function in this process. In 2023, there is a rebuilding of this in the federal government. If we, in view of a recent past where there was a disarticulation of planning and therefore discoordination of the public policy. So there has been a recreation of the Ministry of Planning and Budget of the National Secretariat of Planning, which is a precondition for the adoption of concrete measures that are embodied in our medium-term plan until 2027. PPR is one of the 3 laws of the federal constitution to guide the allocation of public resources in Brazil, jointly with the annual budget law. It is the main planning medium-term instrument adopted by the National Congress. It is a law and it is in force for 2024-2027 with different innovations to improve strategic planning and guarantee the compliance of commitments by Brazil in social, economic, and environmental affairs. The first one was the adoption of planning designed to obtain results for society and the return of the effective possibility of coordination between planning and budget. All the results in the plan, in the strategic and operational tiers, have indicators and goals guiding the public policies and allow for the monitoring, evaluation, and accountability of government action. In connection with complex subjects whose treatment calls for multidimensional strategies, five cross-sectional agendas were presented and six priorities, all in connection or in accordance with SDGs and country commitments. This was marked depending on the reach of each agenda and priority in order to promote integration and coordination of all subjects. Among priorities are combating hunger and reduction of inequality and combat of deforestation and approach to climate emergencies. Mainstream agendas are youth, children, racial equality, indigenous peoples, environment. The second major innovation was the strengthening of democracy based on a intensive planning process in social participation. There were meetings in the 26 state and federal districts. A digital platform was made available to receive the response of society that prioritized essential programs for a country under reconstruction. It involved more than 34,000 participants, and the platform had more than 1.5 million votes and more than 4,500,000 access to the platform. And there we could highlight the participation of women in the platform, 60% of them, in addition to the youth participation in the process. What's more important is that the results were in fact incorporated to the plan, becoming a legal commitment for the next 4 years. The third major innovation was the construction of the strategic dimension based on the government plan and establishment of key national indicators with goals for the next 4 years. A way of leading the set of government policies from a perspective of transformation. We need to highlight one fourth point, innovation in the pluriannual plans, the inclusion of a long-term commitment perspective based on 8 macro trends that should guide the elaboration of our long-term plan, articulated and coordinated with the medium-term plan. Last but not least, the definition of a broad agenda of management and governance, the combination of responsibilities associated to cooperation process and collective commitment of all ministries of Brazil. To close this participation, I inform that the Ministry of Planning and Budget of Brazil accepted the invitation of economic planning. ILPES accepted the invitation to be part of the presiding officers of the Council in the period 2023 to 2025 to our National Planning Secretariat. We reaffirm our commitment in active and collaborative participation in this very relevant instance in order to strengthen national planning in our states. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brazil. Thank you, Brazil, for your intervention. We have only 10 minutes for lunch. Cuba, Honduras, Mexico, and Peru. And from agencies, UN Women, ILO, and High Commissioner's Office on Human Rights. With this, we will close the list. But please, delegations, please, not more than the time allotted. Please, short interventions. Cuba. Thank you. I promise to be brief. In Cuba, promotion of peace, inclusion, and social justice are essential parts of policies and state actions as a condition to reach sustainable development. Violence among people is rejected in all its forms. Different expressions are sanctioned by law, including domestic violence. The Constitution of the Republic of Cuba of 2019 explicitly includes the protection of the right to life, physical integrity, and moral. In 2019, after adopting the National Program Against Racism and Racial Discrimination, a National Commission of Monitoring of this subject was set up, and it is chaired by the President of the Republic. In 2021, there was a national plan for promoting women's participation and the National Commission for Monitoring the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Resources are allocated for all these, and in spite of all these results, Cuba sees limited its participation in the main international financial institutions like IMF, and World Bank due to the blockade of the United States, and the Burton Law establishes the position of this government of the US for Cuba to integrate and be part of international financial institutions. Another essential aspect is the fight against terrorism. Cuba rejects terrorism in all of its forms. The country has been victim of terrorist actions, especially state terrorism. Cuba's commitment combating terrorism is now included in Article 16 of our new constitution. And the national strategy against terrorism was designed and established, and with special care for those victims of terrorist attacks. With this, we reject and terrorism, and finally, another recent process which illustrates the efforts of government in social justice has been the approval of the Code of Families developed with broad consultation in 2022. It was adopted in a referendum. The code reinforces the importance that the state assigns to family institution, protects maternity and responsible paternity, and strengthens the interests of children and rights and different organizations of families and egalitarian marriage, among other things. These are examples of the propositions, proposals, consultations the Cuban government has to exercise participatory democracy and set forth in our constitution. Thank you, delegation of Cuba. Now, Honduras. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mrs. Patricia Madrigal. As to the topic of this morning, in the case of Honduras, in order to achieve SDG 16 regarding peace and sound, solid institutions, I reiterate that in the government of President Xiomara Castro, among her priorities, recently a new Supreme Court of Justice has been elected. Likewise, the election of a new prosecutor's office and the commitment in the defense of human rights of the defenders. And then finally, as informed this morning, at the beginning of this section, under Secretary Jenka saying that in the case of Honduras, we have requested to the UN the having an international commission against impunity. This is one of the priorities in the agenda of President of the Republic, Irisomara Castro, that is to implement the subject of the fight against corruption that seeks to, or in Honduras, the idea is to have set up an independent agency against corruption. Thank you very much. Thanks, Honduras. Now, Mexico has the floor. Thank you. A pleasure to greet you all here present. As representative of civil society in the Mexican delegation, we recognize that the climate of violence and the structural violence have permeated most of the countries of the region. The lack of control on organized crime in each one of our country scenarios where LGBT suffered those discriminations, as Dr. Rios has mentioned this. It's important to mention that our region, we have the countries with highest murders against persons of LGBTI, and that as a result of the frailness of judiciaries as well as criminalization among social norms and placing these populations in greater exposure to violence and disappear in many contexts. The discrimination in their health, employment and education systems continue limiting the full development of persons of sexogeneric diversity, a condition that very often they are obliged to leave their localities and countries in continuous movement, facing different forms of violence like disappearance and even death. In order to promote just and peaceful and inclusive societies, as well as provide access to justice and build effective, responsible institutions, it's indispensable that all social structures, including access to justice, will need to have a perspective of sexogeneric diversity as well as its incorporation in national registries, disaggregated information, and on vulnerability groups, basic elements to guarantee protection and elaboration of public policies. It's important to have the design of new forms of work and transformative objectives with the feminist agenda, with the vision of the future, with the broad participation of civil society, organized civil society. Last but not least, we urge all the countries in the region to work in the building and strengthening of a culture of respect to human rights for all persons. Thank you. Thank you, Delegation of Mexico. Now we give the floor to Peru.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Bueno, no estamos.
Good afternoon. We're not absent from this problem in the region. There is a persistence of different types of violence, and one of the problems has to do with gender. That continues to be a reality. In 2022, 8 out of 100 women report that they have been suffered physical violence exercised by their husband or spouse in the previous 12 months. In order to increase the perception of security in the population, we have a multi-sectoral policy of citizen security by 2030 that seeks to struggle against theft, domestic violence, drug trafficking, IT crimes, murders, sexual violence, and extortions. Likewise, we have produced a national policy for the trafficking of persons and its ways of exploitation by 2030. The idea is for people to be free of fear of violence, emphasizing girls, women, and teenagers. And the Statistics Institute has established a portal that provides updated data on crimes, victims and other data in an interactive and visual manner. Access to justice is a relevant aspect in order to achieve a peaceful society. We require greater efforts in order to reduce the impact of violence, especially citizens' insecurity and acts of violence against women. We also need to improve access to justice for victims. And in order to improve access to justice, the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights provides technical legal assistance to victims and legal assistance and the defense of victims, primarily for those that lack economic resources. And it has strengthened flagrancy units to react in 72 hours, organizing the coordination in different stages of the justice administration system between the police, prosecutors, and the judiciary. Now, when it comes to governance, the presidency of the Council of Ministers has approved a national policy of integrity and struggle against corruption. And that is the most important management instrument that establishes the guidelines, objectives, and standards that must be complied with by government institutions in order to promote integrity and promote sanctions against corruption. We also approved a policy against drugs by 2030 that establishes the framework of action by the state to control the different activities, illegal trafficking, and the consumption of drugs in order to reduce the damage that those activities cause in strategic areas and impact vulnerable populations. Likewise, we have approved a national policy for the modernization of public administration by 2030 and the national digital transformation policy that seeks to increase the quality of public services and guide the Peruvian state towards digitalization. Institutional efficacy faces enormous problems, and there is less trust of people on institutions and the perception of corruption in public institutions, and therefore we're challenged within improving also the prison service, which involves all the members of the system and an interoperability of information, and also to strengthen the capacities of the police, technical capacities that because of the turnover of the staff, um, that becomes a problem. We need to improve institutional coordination when it comes to the administration of justice and a political reform that will enable us to be much more solid among political parties with clear ideas to guide the development of the country with a long-term perspective. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Perú. Le damos la palabra.
The delegation of Peru, and now we offer the floor to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. It's a great pleasure for me to speak on behalf of UN human rights in this relevant space. When discussing SDG 16, human rights can be the lever to achieve the SDGs, and especially SDG 16, because its facilitating role may catalyze the rest of the SDGs. It will be in peaceful, fair societies with strong institutions where sustainable development may be able to generate changes and solid and lasting progress. If we don't bet on strengthening our work in this issue, the scarce progress achieved with SDG 16 could have a negative repercussion upon all the goals. Peace and security, development and human rights are all interrelated and strengthen each other. In our region, we are viewing some regressive trends in achieving human rights commitments. As mentioned by Marcela Rios, inequality continues to hinder this inclusive decision-making. Corruption and the capture of the state erodes the social contract between governments and people. Criminal policies and security policies that are excessively punitive in terms of drugs and minor crimes coincide with the de facto impunity for severe crimes, severe violations of human rights and corruption. And this is becoming problematic in terms of its impact upon human rights, especially in the excessive number of people in jail and in overcrowded jails, which is very counterproductive. Vulnerable populations face greater obstacles in order to exercise their right to participate in an informed and effective manner in public life and in the design of public policies. Equal access to justice for all individuals and communities is a key factor, among others, in order to guarantee accountability when it comes to environmental issues. Another relevant aspect is the provision of services in order to facilitate the exercise of rights, and for that purpose, we need budgets and fiscal spaces. Human rights must be at the very center of our economic and social policies in order to guarantee access to education, health, food, social security, and to a clean and healthy environment for all in order to reduce inequalities and to face up to the triple planetary crisis. Finally, what is it that we can do together? We need to prioritize the aspect of human rights in all aspects of planning for development, the integration of human rights principles such as equality and non-discrimination in SDGs, especially via the concept of leaving no one behind. With broken down data, we need to have participative and transparent participation frameworks. We need to strengthen the capability of national institutions in order to detect and monitor trends of different types of corruption and to struggle against them. And also, national human rights institutions need to be independent, effective, and with good resources are fundamental in order to monitor and follow up the implementation of the 2030 agenda by states. And for that purpose, we need to enter into solid alliances at a local, regional, and global levels, and to involve the largest number of actors at all levels, especially those that are the holders of rights, young people, migrant and refugees, indigenous people, activists, peace builders, volunteers, defenders, human rights defenders, and environmental activists. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to UN Women. Thank you. Well, we have a challenge when it comes to peace, the barriers to justice, and the way in which institutions distribute risks and social opportunities. And none of this is neutral in gender terms. Men and women experience conflict, injustice, institutional weakness in a very different fashion, with differing consequences in accordance with their social gender roles. And we still face many inequalities and enormous discrimination in our region against women and against women in their whole diversity and intersectionality. Our region, as we heard, faces an alarming challenge in the sense that violence in all its dimensions, and especially gender-based violence against girls and women, that represents the violation and the most generalized violation of human rights. The figures, as we have said, are very alarming. 1 out of every 4 women aged between 15 and 49 have suffered violence in different spheres of their life and at different moments of their lives. In addition, they have suffered sexual violence, and this figure of sexual violence continues to increase twofold on average every year. The representation of organized crime in popular culture, in the coverage of the media, and even in decision-making spheres is highly masculinized, despite the fact that most of the victims of murders are men. Girls and women are disproportionately impacted by murders in the private sphere. Evidence also shows that organized violence for illegal purposes, such as drug trafficking and arms trafficking, has differentiated impacts upon women who are at a bigger risk of suffering from physical, sexual, violence as a result of the actions of criminal organizations. Brutal war tactics such as sexual violence and the forced displacement are painful realities also in our region. Around 81% of people that are victims of human trafficking are boys, girls, and women. And we know that women are subjected to physical and extreme violence by traffickers. It is what is essential is the active participation of women in reconciliation processes, as we have evidenced in Colombia, where women have played a crucial role. Gender training for police forces is fundamental, but it is something that we're lacking not only in our region but at a global level. The multidimensional crises, the increase of the of undermining democracies and a permanent violation of human rights points towards a global governance crisis and of human development. We must rethink governance from a perspective that is truly democratic and that will enable the significant participation of women. We want more parity. It is vital for women to be in decision-making positions, and yet we are still very far from achieving that equality when it comes to decision-making. It is also necessary to strengthen the institutional gender framework in all key decision-making areas. Gender mechanisms of the ministries of women represent only 0.18% of the total national budget of executives, and thus, and that prevents us from making progress. I would like to tell you finally that our organization, together with the government of Mexico and with CEGIP, have created a specialized gender network in terms of peace builders, and I believe that this forms part of the solutions, how we generate mediators and peace builders so that they may uh, intervene before conflicts arise. Next year is a fundamental year. It will be 50 years since the first Women's Conference and 30 years after the Beijing Platform of Action, the last World Conference on Women. It is now a timely moment to map progress, to identify emerging challenges, and also to define adequate strategies for peace, justice, and a solid institutional framework. So we require a very concrete and real commitment on the part of member states in order to make progress. Thank you very much. Thank you. And in order to conclude this excellent session, I would like to offer the floor to the ILO. The labor outlook of Latin America and the Caribbean, the annual report of the regional ILO office has indicated that the persistence of labor informality, and an essential aspect of the report states that it is crucial to implement policies that not only create more employment, but also prevent the weakening of formal employment, and that also promotes productivity in order to overcome the structural problem that exists in our region. And what seems to be especially problematic when it comes to the issue that we are discussing is that despite the fact that young persons return to employment in a faster fashion than adults, since 2020, the situation of young people in the labor market continues to be a cause for concern. It evidences an unemployment rate of 14.4% and an informality rate of 58%. Both indicators place them in a clear disadvantage compared to the general unemployment level and the informality rate of all workers. Latin America and the Caribbean need comprehensive measures to support the creation of formal employment, strengthens labor institutions and the social dialogue, and providing social protection and revenues to those that are in greatest need in a labor world that is under permanent transformation. In conclusion, the possibilities of achieving decent work is of strategic importance in this debate. Thank you very much. Well, may that applause be much bigger so that it can provide us with the energy that we need in order to advance in the region with SDG 16, which is fundamental in order to achieve the other sustainable development goals. Thank you very much. May you all have a good lunch.
we're trying to establish some.
That's what I want. No, I want the light on me. I'm talking. Oh. I want to do a. No, I put it on so it looks like it's active. I want to do a serious face.
Ah, ok.
Muy buenas tardes, señoras y señores. Los invitamos a tomar
asiento para
Ladies and gentlemen, you're invited to take your seats in order to continue with our working agenda. Immediately, we'll be in panel 5, where we will examine SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals. I invite Mrs. Teresa Moldealba, Director, Senior Manager for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Global Compact. This is Partnerships for the Goals. We thank Mrs. Teresa for assuming the moderation of this very important analytical panel, and there will be a full afternoon with reflections and collaborative work. So please, take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to close. Yes, the last panel, or about the last panel. Yes. I would like to start by thanking all the panel members here, and that will provide us with the opportunity to reflect around SDG 17. Some say that the SDG 17 is the one that contextualizes and provides integrity. And therefore, due to the profile of the members, will be able to see different aspects of how these partnerships are channeled. What are they for? How will they be scaled up? What are the present challenges we have for that in Latin America? From the Global Compact of the UN, the prospect of partnerships is key. The Global Compact, which has more than 23,000 companies around the world and 4,500 only in Latin America. So from the Global Compact, we start from the basis of the creation of a business platform, a corporate platform that will have the indispensable fundamental participation of the third sector, the government, and therefore it is part of its partnership is the way forward. For us, it's only natural integration based on the fundamental access, the 10 principles of the Global Compact, integration, the Agenda 2030 is key, and how to really be with the companies so that those objectives can be integrated and at the same time have an impact in society to be a contribution in achieving this agenda. In this context, the Global Compact has defined 5 areas directly related to the transitions of the United Nations. And these are 5 areas where we believe we can have our 23,000 enterprises involved in order to raise the impact or contribute to reach the objective. We speak about gender, climate change, we speak about just transition, we speak about water resilience. As you see, it is a completely connected agenda with the SDGs, but it focuses directly in the private sector and in the generation of tools, but then also of incident spaces where they need to be present. And it is there where clearly you have the access of all public-private partnerships and the need to participate of the multi-partner benefiting us all. So I would like to start by introducing Israel Mario Morales. He's director of the Committee on Agreements, International Treaties and Statistics of the Mexican National Council of the Maquiladora and Export Manufacturing Industry. And I think it is important to say that 18 years has been working for Caterpillar, so he is a very important representative of the private sector and knows the inside dealings of it. So, Israel, from the prospect of your involvement with such important processes, especially in the circular economy subject, what do we need to have in the regulatory framework in order to develop this SDG of the impulse to circular economy, and how is this connected with the private sector? Number 12. Microphone, please. Yes, thank you very much. Teresa Moll, thank you for chairing this meeting. I greet the colleagues of the table. It's a privilege to be with you. And to all the representatives of delegations and organizations, president, civil society, thank you for the invitation to participate in this table. I will answer this question the time allotted. It is a challenge, but I will try. In this table, we have the opportunity to present proposals for driving practical and tangible public policies. They need to favor the partnerships and objectives for the development of SDG 12, circular economy, which is so important, that is in sync, harmonizing all the subjects we've discussed yesterday or today in order to promote partnerships between the private sector and delegations here present. Through the forum, we've heard consistently many what's that are necessary to reach the objective. But in this participation, I will try to contribute with a grain of salt on the house, which is very important today. So here I represent the export manufacturing industry, responsible for 70% of manufacturing exports of the country, 40% of GDP, and 70% of formal employment of Mexico. And industry that works with a spirit of inclusion, gender equality, respect for the environment, adoption of the best working practices, very sensitive industry and very willing to address those topics. In this intervention, I'd like to suggest and propose that the economies of Latin America and the Caribbean have less theories about circular economies and rather adopt faster practical decisions, driving actions or to comply with the objectives. In industry, we have a saying that says, an excess analysis produces paralysis. An excess of analysis produces paralysis. UN said in the report of 2021 on circular economy said that the present economic model in taking, doing, and wasting, it is wasting and extractivist and exhausting for the climate change. And if we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the commitments of emissions of greenhouse gas emissions under the Paris Agreement, we should adopt a new economic model. That circular economy proposes a completely different model, leading to growth and employment without compromising the environment. That opportunities within the framework of circular economy will be classified in two cycles, technical and biological. And in the technical one, the value is created through the remanufacturing, among others. I will focus now on remanufacturing as an axis of technical cycles for circular economy. What are the remanufactured goods? I will explain for those who are not familiar with it. And I've found many colleagues here that don't have a specific idea of what are remanufactured goods and the challenges identified by the private sector in the international trade of those goods whose growth and development has been limited and prevented by most of the economies in Latin America that impose barriers on international trade, producing a devastating effect for incentivizing circular economy and thus and what are the concerns of developing economies in Latin America specifically? Well, all the economies wonder about remanufactured goods, and we will be full of garbage, of waste, of how are we sure that remanufacturing goods are of quality and really behave as new and contribute to the circular economy and do not compete unloyally? There are three things I want to achieve that you, as a take-home message, three ideas. First, remanufactured goods or products are not used products. They are not merely repaired, reconditioned. The remanufactured goods are different. They are equivalent goods and equivalent to new ones. The second idea that I would like you to take in your minds is with this help, the 4 Rs. Of the four, the best one, the most intelligent one, that is most cost effective and most environment friendly circular economy and sustainability is the process of remanufacturing. Although recycling is important, when you only recycle, you smelt or you grind metals to obtain them in their primary forms. But many greenhouse gases need to be burned in order to achieve that. But when remanufactured, given that that process involves not smelting, not grinding, but reassemble the goods to turn them into individual components, where they are given back their function as new component because of innovative technologies, include even correcting original errors and that are used to assembly a new remanufactured product, then the largest added value of all those processes is being recovered without sending haze to the atmosphere. The second idea is to recover components and remanufacture is a superior way and most sustainable way and of less impact for reutilization. The third idea I would like to take home is nobody would say that a recycled material, copper or steel that is refused, remachined, is used already used material or good. Well, no, it's the same way. Nobody should say that a recovered component, because of disassembly and restoring specifications of new component through the application of innovative technologies, is nobody would say it's a used material, second-hand material. It is a recovered component, not a used component. Nor is it the remanufactured good that is assembled predominantly from those recovered components with some new ones that were unable to recover. So in conclusion, remanufactured goods have the same characteristics of durability, performance, and guarantee as the new ones, and therefore should enjoy the same rights for international trade as the new ones. Yes, the same rights for their international trade as the new products is what is already set forth in international agreements that move forward in the trade and circular economy of remanufactured goods. In these international agreements, there are definitions, agreements to eliminate restrictions of market access, and together with views that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are many hours already invested in those definitions. So, from the private sector, in order to advance in SDGs 12 and 17 fast, barriers to remanufactured goods should be removed from internationally in Latin America and in the Caribbean. Some developing economies are afraid of thinking that they will be full of unloyal competition or will become the backyard of of industries if they accept the use of used goods. If that is ground gold. The used goods are the fuel that the circular economy needs to feed the supply chains for remanufacturing. To solve those concerns, you need to design an orderly, safe model for importing those used goods that no longer have a shelf life but need to be reused. I will mention the case of Mexico with the concerns I just mentioned was solved with innovative regulatory measures. First, a unique single tariff fraction was created in order to import all the goods subject to processes of 4 Rs: recovery of parts components, repair, reconditioning, and remanufacturing. Second, that unique single fraction can only be used by an authorized importer having evidenced installed capacity to do those processes. And thirdly, Mexico has implemented adequate quality controls, inventory, waste, and management of dangerous waste as a supplement to this regulation. On the other hand, in order not to destroy the value chains, and this is also important, that feed the remanufacturing industry, the free exporting of used goods should not be limited. To do it would limit the regional capacity for chaining the 4 Rs, which are key for circular economy. And now I conclude. The technical cycle of circular economy, the remanufacturing is one of the most virtuous forms, if not the best one, to contribute to the rapid development of circular economy for industrial products. It is the spinal cord, let us say, of circular economy. But also remanufactured goods are socially good for the consumer, given that they are a product that is the same as new, but it costs 65% less than a new product. If you return the used good that is you're wasting, they're good for the economy because the growing demand of goods with finite resources represents a market of hundreds of billions of dollars for emerging economies.
So it's better to reuse in any case. Three, they are formidable for the environment because these processes are the ones that prevent sending hundreds of tons of greenhouse effect gases to the air per year. In addition to recapturing the aggregate value, we use that technology. And four, they are great for human beings because it enables human beings to gain access to better paid jobs because it requires enormous innovating skills to technify and invent in order to recover components. I'll move ahead. In accordance with the best available data, this table shows a few countries, Caribbean and Latin American countries, that do not erect barriers to trade. Maybe additional Latin American companies will eliminate these barriers to trade. Well, Mexico found the formula, and in the private sector, we know how to do that. So, trade barriers, well, we know how to eliminate them in an orderly fashion. If we're able to enter into alliances, we would love to offer the support to anyone that wishes to participate. We wouldn't have to overanalyze this issue. And I'll use a phrase used by the president of this forum, Laura Fernandez Delgado. Without cocoa, there's no chocolate. Without manufacturing, there is no circular economy. And without agreements, there is no sustainable development. As I mentioned, in remanufacturing, we have four major benefits. In that sense, chocolate would not only not be chocolate, it would also be organic, nutritious, aromatic, and delicious. So that is my presentation and my contact information. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'd now like to offer the floor to Elkin Echeverry, who is a consultant of the International Financial Corporation of the World Bank. And he is also an entrepreneur, a businessman devoted to innovation, and not only to innovation in itself, but rather innovation to improve people's quality of life. How can we make innovation a cross-cutting aspect in order to achieve this agenda? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I greet my co-panelists. I agree in the sense that this is an honor to be here, and I thank those that have made this possible, ECLAC and so on. I think that this is a very interesting opportunity to share with you some experiences. As mentioned just now, I am an entrepreneur, and I had an opportunity which is somewhat strange, living in a city and seeing how that city was sadly being destroyed and its effects for families and people, and against all odds, how it has quickly recovered, and then how that city, in an unthought of way, sometimes became a reference point in the world for some of the things that were happening. This is something that transformed us as a family and as people, because I'm sure that many of you have lived in cities where that has not happened during your lifespan, and therefore the possibility of being a privileged observer has taught us many things. And when we see that SDGs wish to accelerate and reach some points, well, we were able to see how those indicators could very quickly be taken to other aspects, often without thinking about it. The real change that we were able to extract from that was to use innovation as a cross-cutting tool throughout society. Change was achieved when society understood that if it came together, if it entered into alliances, it would be able to achieve things that it was impossible for the public sector on its own. And that innovation process is mentioned in SDG 9, but as a recommendation, as a sort of suggestion that companies may innovate. But I believe that we need a design based on this experience of the past 10 or 15 years. Innovation must be a cross-cutting leverage to develop societies. If that was to happen, we could advance from a linear progress to an exponential leap, not only based on public financing. And you are the leaders that have enabled those SDGs to be successful, but we would also then be responsible that in a shorter period of time we achieve the goals that we have achieved so far, and hopefully even exceed that, because we not only have to resolve that problem, but given the pace of progress of the world today, we face other problems. So we're not only resolving some, but others are already appearing. What we discovered is that when people, citizens, inhabitants are encouraged in terms of their imagination. They are summoned to work. Powerful things can be achieved. Humanity has done that often in the past when the challenge arose and an award was given to the first plane to cross the Atlantic, or the meaning of the British Congress when they said, well, we have a big problem, we cannot measure the length of ships, and we cannot often reach our destination. The challenge was to adequately measure longitude, and not only change the British Empire, but the whole world in many senses. And therefore, methodology implies a challenging society. That is a key element that the SDG agenda should have, because I repeat, that is what we learned in the past. No one, I believe, I wouldn't understand why, if I'm given two arms, I have to work only with one arm. I wouldn't understand why a society, in consequence, one arm, which is the public sector, must be in charge, because we cannot have a leader. Often the most valuable part of the leader is the possibility to summon society, but not so much the budget that it may have as a president, mayor, or minister. It is the privilege given by society so that they can say, this is what we have to do. If those leaders were to understand that responsibility and that possibility, I think they could coordinate both arms and achieve the objectives that we require as society in a much speedier manner, even prioritizing, because each region, culture, and moment is different, and we attach a greater priority to one or the other depending on the need of each case. I believe that fits perfectly well with the title of this panel and with the invitation, which is how we are able to enter into those alliances. And I believe that that is the most important alliance. A clear example of that type of alliance, and we saw this in a very interesting point, is that the fifth industrial revolution for us is very close. It will happen in 2028, 2030, and that is an exponential change. And often we work with people and we say, well, if you don't begin to study and work towards a fifth revolution, when the revolution will be upon us, you won't even have left the fourth revolution. Sometimes people don't understand that because of the speed. It's a very complex cultural problem. In the past, if one looked at a location in Latin America, if one looks at a location and one looks at the type of road that it has to the populated, to the biggest populated center, one realizes, if one conducts a statistical analysis, that the SDG will be related to its proximity to the highway. But those that change that are no longer physical highways, but digital ones. So we're very slow in Latin America in terms of making that change. And what the government Antioquia wanted to do, Antioquia is an area of Colombia. He wanted to define a project that makes an exponential leap. The project is called Every Citizen of Antioquia Must Have the Same Internet. And over the past decades, it has been very difficult for us, regardless of their social background, to have the same quality of water, the same quality of energy or gas. But if we look at internet, regrettably, there is an internet for the poor and an internet for the rich. And the greater inequality that we have today, if this digital change continues, in my view, inequality will not only be reduced, but it will increase. We will be strengthening greater inequality. And for us, this is a priority change. And this project seeks to find an innovation that will enable us to take that internet as a priority from the public sector. Now, regrettably, because of the models that we have in the telecom industry, most states delegate upon private industries their internet operation, but we're losing sovereignty. The directors appointed by populations, their mayors, ministers, and so on, to define the digital priority. They can do nothing because they're unable to define that priority. And therefore, this requires innovation as sought by this territory, where we will be able to have equitable internet, which will enable us to have a world-class internet that can indeed imply a leap and a highway towards the SDGs. Nothing of this would have been able without other types of alliances. I was speaking with Pablo, my friend, and I have very endeared with the IDB because we were able to do this a few years ago through a cooperation with the Inter-American Development Bank, which enabled us to have this together with the IFC. We're talking of an investment of 500 or 600 million that obviously the governor would not have been able to do alone. And since we structured this as a new telecom business, which enables that we save time, not as a traditional telecom business, well, we can structure this in such a way to obtain the recovery in 10 or 12 years. The difference is that from the first day, people will have a new internet, they'll be able to change their social indicators, and after those 12, 13, or 14 years, the whole structure, the physical infrastructure, such as highways, will become an additional source of income for the state. Those are the types of examples that I want to show how alliances, when innovation is cross-cutting, when the whole of society and the public is directing society or the direction in which society should advance, because I believe that this could make a tremendous leap in terms of SDGs, distant learning, distant health, and for any area, rural, technified or not, it would reach people. In other words, this would be the highway through which SDGs could leap to a higher level. So it's a very interesting mechanism. And as a witness, I would simply like to say that this would not have been able to happen in my city if we hadn't made that change. Innovation implies a change in reality. The reality that I have is not enough. I want a different one. And how we can all point in the same direction, with the public sector saying, let's go ahead and let's do this together. Thank you. Thank you, Patricio. SCAF, main executive of the management for the mobilization of resources and global alliances of the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, CAF. As from the perspective of the development banks, you could talk to us about how to mobilize the resources of development banks and how this becomes relevant when it comes to alliances. Thank you, Teresa. Minister Fernandez, Vice President of the Forum, representatives of delegations, colleagues from the UN system and international entities, and representatives of civil society. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the work that Elkin has just presented. It's very interesting, and it's a very good example of alliances in all its aspects, and it's a very good example of how the work in various development banks focus on having this impact. Well, together with conveying the greetings of our executive president, Jorge Díaz-Granados, I would like to thank ECLAC for the organization of this forum and to highlight the contents of the 7th report on progress and the regional challenges of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the region. This region, as was well mentioned by the Deputy Secretary General of the UN in the opening session yesterday, is a region where SDGs were born. The outlook established by the ECLAC report, I believe, is an invitation to continue to strengthen a coordination between the different stakeholders working for sustainable and inclusive development in the region. We have to focus our efforts to continue to enter into alliances and mobilize resources in order to correct the present trend in terms of the accomplishment of SDGs that is not faring as well as we should, as we would like. SDG 17 invites us to enter into alliances and mobilize resources in order to contribute to the achievement of the other SDGs. It's an enabling objective, so to speak. It also invites us to collaborate and to construct solidarity both at a national and at a multilateral level. The report, the 2024 report on human development, published by the UNDP a few days ago, and we had a regional launch in Santiago here last Tuesday, clearly shows us that we have to build more global public goods in order to strengthen the collective action of both people and institutions. In other words, to cooperate. To cooperate within a context where what is becoming accentuated are the gaps and the development trajectories between the richer and the poorer countries. Also to cooperate to promote solidarity within countries. What goal 17.16, which is to improve national capabilities to collect fiscal revenues. We also need to ensure, and this is fundamental, greater growth of the economies of our region. The Executive Secretary of ECLAC invites us and mentioned on several occasions during this forum to promote productive development policies that will enable us to unlock the growth potential that the region has. We won't be able to achieve SDGs without growth, and that is why CAF, as a development bank, is working strongly so that it may become the green bank and the bank for economic reactivation in order to enable sustainable and inclusive growth. Please allow me to show you how, as from CAF, as a development bank, we view and are working in order to meet the goals of SDG 17, creating alliances and mobilizing resources for our region. Today, CAF has a portfolio of over $34 billion, and we closed 2023 last year with approvals for more than $16 billion in the 19 shareholder countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We mobilized in a supplementary and coordinated manner with our allies third-party resources like never before. We did that last year. More than a third of our operations for the sovereign sector included a component of regional integration, which is a key aspect for a region that needs to deepen its integration and cooperation in order to face up to common challenges, especially in so far as the struggle against climate change is concerned. Therefore, the mobilization of resources and the development of alliances is fundamental in order to expand the impact of our operations and of our interventions within a context of high debt and low fiscal space in our countries. And I see major lines of action that can illustrate how, as from development banks, we can accelerate the achievement of SDGs. First of all, we need to have an articulating role to strengthen cooperation and coordination, and secondly, to provide financing in better conditions and in a more efficient fashion. With regards to the first point on the articulating role or coordinating role, I would like to comment that we have an approach that privileges a coordination at a country level, which is a document that is called country strategy, and that provides us a framework which improves the coherence for sustainable development within countries with due respect for the regulations that exist in each country in order to prioritize, establish, and implement sustainable development policies. I can mention, for example, that last week here in Santiago with President Boric, we launched Chile's strategic document, and that will be our roadmap strategically for the next few years. At a more global level, we have also entered into alliances with other developing banks. I can mention the alliance that we have just signed with the IDB, or the one that we have with Fontainebleau, in order to establish a better coordination in our key priorities for the region, and also to facilitate the co-financing of projects in infrastructure, in production, and also in the dissemination of knowledge. This enables us to improve the scale and also to improve the impact of the support we provide to our countries. Thirdly, I would also like to mention that we have entered into alliances with different entities of the UN system. These alliances accompany joint plans of action at a regional level that enable us to identify synergies and also strengthen work agendas that the system is promoting in order for the achievement of its SDGs. And this has enabled us to align priorities, identify complementary aspects, and have finance in initiatives that have a high impact on development. And the idea is to prevent and to make what others are doing well and to make that redundant, but rather than that, to find synergies. I would also like to highlight the alliance that we have entered into with ECLAC in order to work specifically on the strengthening of productive development policies and to position relevant issues for the development of the region. Finally, with the private sector and with some NGOs and foundations, we have also strengthened our coordination so that we can work jointly on impact interventions, digitalization, the avoidance of teenage pregnancy, and to promote gender equality, among many other issues. So the second line of work that I would like to share with you is that we can provide financing in better conditions and in a more efficient manner. And in that sense, a couple of additional ideas.
Contexto de alta deuda.
With high debt, each dollar invested counts. It represents 51% of the GDP in Latin America and 66% in the Caribbean. In this order of affairs, the mobilization of resources by third parties allows us to work in better conditions, lowering the interest rates, for example, mobilizing resources from green funds and thematic bonds and credit lines that allow us to make more efficient use of the resources we can give our country. This allows us to mitigate debt for our countries, which is one of the other issues of SDG 17. And second, to close, the Development Bank is mandated to offer agile responses or solutions for countries. It's not about replacing local capacities, but mobilizing resources and competition by allies, mitigating risk, and making better investments. We've worked with efficiency, with executing agencies and the UN system, like what we just announced a few weeks ago with the UNDP, to improve our response time and efficiencies, aligning processes and policies, reducing the approval times and disbursements of our loans. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to offer the floor to Montserrat Garcia Villanueva, Director of the Support Unit and Coordination of the Ibero-American Secretariat. I wanted to ask you, in a regional organization such as the GESIP, what kind of models are you working on and how to move forward towards compliance with SDG 17? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your question. And thank you to my colleagues here on the panel. To ECLAC, once again, thank you for successfully organizing this forum and the parallel events. And on behalf of SEGIP, thank you for inviting us to participate in this last panel on SDG 17. It is of the utmost importance for everything else. As has been said 100 times, we only have 6 years to reach 2030, and the challenges are huge. I think it could be placed in the first place even, despite the fact that it's the last. It is quite cross-cutting. It's not just because it's more important. It is cross-cutting, and without the action of all sectors, civil society, government, countries, everyone in favor of the 2030 agenda, we will never meet the goals, and we won't make sure that no one is left behind. I'd like to talk about SDG 17. We see that it contains important information. We see some advances around this objective, such as a mobilization of countries that has increased since 2020, especially because of direct foreign investment and remittances. There's been a slight increase of assistance in the area, and we can move forward a little to support data and statistics. SEGIP is a relevant actor. We have worked intensely on follow-up, South-South cooperation in Ibero-America, where we are pioneers. The indicators around SDG 17 are quite diverse and different, but I would like to mention a few. These advances will encourage us to continue, but there's still many challenges. There are some targets that are not really a trend. For example, digitalization, mitigation of climate change. They need more resources, and the current sources of funding are not enough. It is all very complex. For example, foreign trade also is also making both fields more negative. And we still need to delve into inclusive partnerships to reach the 2030 agenda goals. There is a significant interest and will to work together, but it's difficult to do so and have it last in time. Allow me to skip a couple of slides. So why are we here today? Why is Sahib here? Sahib is a vital player in multi-actor or multi-stakeholder partnerships and multi-level stakeholders in the Ibero-American space. Sahib has been working for 30 years seeking development for the region. I would like to offer 5 signs of identity in the Ibero-American Conference. First, the Ibero-American cooperation is absolutely regional. We do not do bilateral cooperation. All actions, all actions are for the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, or Ibero-American if we add the Iberic countries. It is horizontal cooperation. All of the countries have the same vote, and Ibero-American countries agree, and they simply contribute in their capacity. It is a cooperation that is based on partnerships and has a lot of experience therein. We also promote transformative public policies, exchanging experiences and good practices. And finally, we also seek to work with academia, civil society, the private sector, and many other regional international groups. This cooperation also seeks to have transformative public policies, as I said. This is important, it's part of its MO. It is actually the core of what we do. We don't work on smaller projects. What we do is we favor that creation, the strengthening of public policies that can contribute to transform our countries and fulfill the agenda. It is strongly innovative. We have been working 30 years to improve our system, to apply innovation mechanisms that are valid and having some sort of measurement to understand what we're doing well and where we're not, what we can improve. Sahib works to bring together the actions of 22 member countries, and these are our backbone. This slide is quite complex. We see how the Ibero-American cooperation works in favor of these partnerships that we're talking about. We do it in 2 dimensions. One, multi-level, and the second, multi-stakeholder. Why multi-level? Well, we work from the citizens going through the local and regional levels to the national and Ibero-American levels, and then international organizations. We also say that it is a multiplayer effort because we work with civil society or international organizations, companies, and anyone who wishes to support the 2030 agenda. One of the most emblematic cases at a multi-level and multi-party work is the PIPA, the programs and projects that aim to collaborate at an international, at a government level, and they decide to work jointly in the region. And these are projects that are around health, science, technology, indigenous languages, several areas. At some point, we have 30 pipas active, and they mobilize 30,000 euros a year, and it contributes to attaining the SDGs and the final 2030 agenda. We are working in partnerships, and there you have the Ibero-American Forum, and the Ibero-American Forum, the Ibero-American Civic Forum that gathers civic society, and the Parliamentary Forum. We support the celebration of a forum of cities. We have observatories, and we basically support the work of several networks.
Tenemos, si hablamos de qué tipo de acciones ponemos en marcha, tenemos los
So we have our own projects at SEGIP that we execute around 8 strategic axes, and the project and initiatives of the Ibero-American Cooperative are working with the Ibero-American Network. There's over 26 registered, and in the fourth place, we coordinate actions together with other Ibero-American organizations such as the OEI, OIJ, OISS.
This is done through 8 working tables that are part of our strategy. This has to do with strengthening Ibero-American cooperation, social assistance, science, technology, transformation. Number 4, the empowerment of women. Number 5, cultural diversity, the environment. Number 7, justice, innovation, citizenship. And number 8, sustainable development, productive transformation. Now, what has the Ibero-American Cooperation achieved in terms of number 17? If we take a look at the goals, they are diverse. We could also say that in terms of 17.2 and 17.3, SEGIPA supports the mobilization of funds in order to meet these SDGs. We also work with number 17.6, South-South cooperation, triangular North-South in technology and innovation, science and access to the aforementioned. In 17.9, we also wish to create and improve ministerial capabilities and civil society in order to move forward in SDG with coherent policies. This has to do with 17.9 and 17.14. As to 17.17, we encourage PPPs in different topics through fora, business fora, civic fora, and activities with the citizenship. In terms of 17, 18, and 19, SEGIP is well known for our work in systematizing data on South-South cooperation and triangle cooperation. These are some of the examples showing that our Ibero-American cooperation is catalytic of SDG 17, but we know that there's much to be done. What we're doing at SEGIP is where we're conducting right now a study on the direct cooperation of Ibero-American assistance to 17. And that looks at the scope and the specifics of our cooperation. In a few months, we hope that this will be ready. And why are we studying this? One of the main goals is that this be input to improve our contribution to the development in the region and to take a look at the role of Ibero-American cooperation in the new agenda that will be agreed on after the Summit of the Future. We hope to count on studies that have been conducted lately, and we will be sharing this with ECLAC and those of you present. And I repeat, we don't really want just to hear how well we're doing things at CEGIP. No. What we are striving for is to find out what action has to be intensified or corrected in terms of SDG 17 and the 2030 agenda at large. I will now, in closing, tell you that CEGIP is at your service, all of you, countries, agencies, institutions, academia, in order to continue working in the creation of partnerships that will contribute to 2030 agenda. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. And I now will give way to Sara Hernandez. She is the founder of the consortium of juvenile organizations in the region and coordinator of the network of young people HIV positive in Latin America and the Caribbean. Sarah, the question is that you tell us what are the strategic partnerships and that have been built to assist this goal. Good afternoon. I will be brief. I was asked that I only take up 7 minutes, but I can see that everybody's pretty tired, so I will really be brief. As the moderator well said, I am a founding member of the Consortium on Juvenile Organizations with a tremendous diversity. We have gender violence, the environment, employment, education, the rights of girls, etc. And we have tried to find meeting points. The consortium really wishes to streamline it all. But I'm an activist. I really am passionate about the defense of human rights. I'm an attorney specializing in human rights. It's an honor to be here on behalf of civil society and others based on communities. I have a speech or I have a statement that I will read so as to stick to the time allowed. In this world, individualism, nationalism, and protagonism hinder the implementation of SDGs. Empathy and has been left behind. Competition is now more relevant than it should be. What we should be interested in is a better future. I'd like to talk about number 17, SDG 17. And let me tell you how I have, from my own place, seen what works and what does not work. One of the things that I've realized in my active professional life is that what has a better impact is the so-called financing for international corporation, other NGOs, other governments promote the proposals that have been devised through collaboration. For example, we now have a project for the World Bank against HIV and malaria in many countries in the region. We're not just uh, the single one. We're 11 organizations working on that. Youth with HIV, adults with HIV, marginal populations such as sexual workers, trans groups, and people who are substance users. We have left aside our differences, our ego on which agenda is more important to work for a better future, improving the life quality of our population in these 11 countries. We are a consortium. This is called J plus LAC. But we have a budget. We have been co-funded, and we are now working together with OPS and Latin agencies.
This has been very ambitious because the main objective and the general objective is to improve the quality of this in Latin America. But different from beginning to implement this project, we have realized that through measurement indicators that show us that we are on the right path in spite of challenges to be achieved. And when voices of communities get together, that generates a greater influence on the countries. Our impact is truly what we want to achieve. In this consortium, we not only are regional networks, but we work with those of the countries. And not only saying, look, the networks have to do this, this, and that, but we need to address financing, and therefore organizations that work with the populations on whom we want to generate impact, then there implement the project. Leaving the HIV agenda as a response to adult centrism that we have seen in many colleagues of Latin America, we founded the consortium of juvenile organizations that at some point we had to leave aside our differences and see where we could find points in common. And we decided that our main theme is intersectionality, that in our organizations we could share knowledge and enrich each other with the other's agenda. In my HIV agenda, how to include gender violence, that the themes be free of scrap, free of residues, and all of these things we have articulated also with training and webinars where we raise all the problems we're interested in as youth. And truly the impact we've generated has allowed us to reach places we never thought, dreamt of getting there. And the last example, that I think it's one of the things that has worked the best in what I've seen, is that in the creation of technical platforms, always to have a space around the table for civil society. In the HIV agenda, we have the horizontal technical cooperation group, where all ministries of health of all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean meet. And also the heads of HIV programs and other sexually transmitted diseases, organizations, that is, of different countries. But this civil society has a place at the table. Civil society presents studies, sits at the table to discuss what is going to be implemented with these decision makers. We are one more. It's not this vertical relationship. Here are the decision makers and here the rest. No, no, no. And it has worked horizontally excellently. And even we have met with global agencies. Sometimes we invite communities of the countries. For example, in Brazil, we invited the communities of Brazil to participate. We also invited the scientific community. We need to know what's the progress as to medications, costs of treatment, and so forth, so as to implement efficiently the AIDS global strategy in our region that comes from SDG 3, where one of the goals is put an end to the AIDS epidemic and move forward in public health from here to 2030. And in some, the call is to leave a place of comfort and create new spaces. It's not hard. When we form the consortium, it's only sending a WhatsApp. Sometimes let us invite the civil society, come to the table, and you'll see how the impacts, and we've seen this through indicators, how the compliance and indices are much more effective. That was it. Thank you. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite Lorena Santos, also representative from civil society, Director of Operations of the Mexican Foundation for Family Planning and representative of the Mechanism for Civil Society Participation in Sustainable Development Agenda in the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. Thank you. Good afternoon. And as we would say in the organizations, courage, dear colleagues, we are going to finish very soon. Well, this SDG 17 is a platform for being an adjunct to achieve the others' objectives, the other goals. I don't know if it has to come before or after, but it is the SDGs that have this importance of working together, optimizing and intersectionality. Regardless of the sector we are talking about, civil society, government, international cooperation, subjects of law, and so forth. The experiences and advances, limited experiences and advances in achieving SDGs recalls us to address its interdependence as every agenda of human rights, including that of sexual and reproductive rights. The focusing and budget allocation labeled in projects that are gender transformation and social initiatives involving many actors and levels is a good practice to sustain in each one of the countries. Structural changes are required of collaborative work with civil society, with persons of law, leaders and young persons, and uh, stop sacrificing or cutting budgets in health and education. And both partnerships and investments need to be characterized by being diverse in the global, national, and local. We articulate new actors and instances of international cooperation, private sector philanthropists, and socially responsible companies. The accountability and transparency on the use of economic resources, the performance and implementation, and based on results should be a constant. The experience of civil society in the transparent exercise with gender approach and social monitoring in the implementation of SDGs is an input. You need to have public information and easy access. If it's available, let's use it. The practice of focusing is pressing as well as accelerating efforts locally and territorially. I referred to at municipal level. Let us continue with the best practices of some districts, city halls, and documented and evaluated contributing to the knowledge management. The capacity building technically and operational at each one of the government levels must be ongoing, continuous, and focused in their areas of competence, as well as civil society. An element that needs our attention is access to internet and technology in SDG 17. If there uh, it has had advances, yes, but it has increased in cost. There is internet for rich and there is an internet for poor. To generate comprehensive actions that will support digital literacy is not enough. It has to be for free of abuse and harassment. The access to internet should be accompanied and regulated in such a way as to guarantee the safety and safeguard in that territory or world of the virtual. Although the virtual spaces of consultation, information, we use it to make actions and improve governance. Also, social and gender problems are evidenced where you have narratives of disinformation and hatred that fragment the agenda. The contribution we make from civil society, uh, feminist movements of youths, of indigenous, of women, Afro-descending, HIV, LGBTQ plus, and persons with disability, among others, that it is today necessary and needs to be recognized, valued, and taken care of. There are many experiences that have been treated and designed in order to include the participation of different actors. Nobody can do it alone, and we cannot. Together, we are stronger. Civil society in the region is active with sound participatory work in the field. We participate and have an influence from the local to the national and global. We develop participatory methods and technical reference in developing leaderships and community agencies locally that are omitted very often. It would be interesting to measure the contribution of civil society to reach these and other goals. Investments and government planning need to be long term, remain in time, and overcome the changes of color or political ideas that reach government. To take the commitments of 2030 agenda to the level of law, planning with allocation of specific budget for that is indeed a good practice, so that the 2030 agenda could become a binding public policy tool for the planning, budgeting, and program for development. The challenge of generating disaggregated, timely, and quality data allowing for monitoring indicators is essential to adopt decisions that are evidence-based or conduct the relevant readjustments. Finally, the multi-actor, multi-level and work and strengthening of capacities at top and local levels will help us in moving forward for reaching this SDG and the agenda. From civil society, we still have a lot to contribute, and the insight or field knowledge we have should be valued. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Paolo Angelelli, Head of Operations of IDB, and will tell us about collaboration among different actors of society in general, but specifically international cooperation to be an adjuvant for the agenda. Thank you, Teresa, and congratulations to panel members for your very interesting presentations. Thanks to ECLAP for the invitation to this space in order to think on how we bring our joint work together in order to help the region. I think multilateral agencies play an important role to foster economic development and improve the quality of life of all those living in Latin America and the Caribbean. As IDB, we promote actions to reduce poverty, inequality, improve governance, comment on climate action, promote gender inclusion and equality, and respond to natural crises and other socioeconomic challenges. In order to achieve these ambitious goals, it is very important to articulate efforts with the public sector, with the private sector, with academia, and with the different agencies that provide technical and economic support to the region. As IDB, we seek to be a key partner in several dimensions. Through IDB, which is the public branch of the institution, we support governments, taking advantage of our long-standing history in public policies, a great professional team, and our presence and knowledge of all the countries in the region. Also, we have Best that has a remarkable capacity to select and manage projects of the private sector, leveraging the potential in order to have an impact on SDGs. And also through IDB Lab, we look to build innovation systems and fund innovative and inclusive entrepreneurships. In this context, mobilization of resources is an imperative in order to give scale to interventions, to move forward in meeting SDGs and accelerate inclusive, sustainable growth, responding to the main challenges of the region. I would like to give you a few examples on what the bank is doing in terms of collaboration. Maybe could be inspiring for new collaborations. Shortly ago, we signed an agreement to work with the World Bank in several subjects, net deforestation, or resilience before natural disasters, help to close the digital gap, and collaboration with the private sector to invest and MIGA that of the World Bank. As colleague of CAF in our last governors' assembly. In Dominican Republic, we signed an agreement to promote joint efforts for financing infrastructures, citizen security, justice, and strengthening of labor markets. I work as head of operations of the Office of Chile. And here we are doing several interesting things I will rapidly mention. In line with the subjects of climate action, decarbonization, as ITB, we financed Corfo through a loan of $400 million to develop the industry of green hydrogen. But what we did is part of a larger fund of $1 billion, where also the World Bank participates, the Development Bank of Germany, of the EU, and CAF. All together are working to develop a new industry that, in addition to contribute to decarbonization, will generate jobs in the north and south of Chile. So that's a nice example of collaboration. And also, there are several topics about promoting productive development, talent building, territorial development, inclusion, diversity, migrations, all of them. Several agencies work together hand in hand with the sectoral ministries of Chile in order to drive those agendas. And there, once again, we work with CAF, ECLAC, and World Bank, and other organizations of the UN system. I feel that we are moving forward, but challenges are of large scale. And we need to change our mindset, all of us working in development issues, to seek in each project how do we bring together all the efforts for them to be of better quality and have larger impacts and results. As I was saying, the scale is important and quite important, I must say. I did not want to leave out innovation subjects of doing things differently and leverage partnerships jointly with innovation in order to contribute to the achievement of SDGs. Thank you. Now, we have 3 video participations. We'll have that of Remy Riou, Director General of the French Development Agency, who is going to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I thank your invitation. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Santiago, but I have just gone to the French Guyana and with President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron. I'm happy that ECLAC, year after year around the Sustainable Development Agenda, and I know that your region invented and proposed to the world these Sustainable Development Goals approved in 2015. I was there. From here to 2025, this international agenda will mobilize and involve all actors of Senda from Addis Ababa, Paris, and New York. And the last major multilateral flourishment of the world. We will be asked to have a balance and prospects to the future, in particular in Nice for the summit of UNODC and Spain.
And then Belém for the conference on climate conference. All these opportunities to mobilize and reinvent the international financial architecture around a common objective that no country be left to choose between the protection of the most vulnerable and the preservation of the common good. In this context, the intensification of alliances is an evident way to align the whole set of finances with SDGs. It is this ambition, that of SDG 7, that we promote in the movement Finances in Common, or FIX, Finance in Common System, that brings together 530 public development banks in the world, $2.5 billion every year, almost 15% of world annual investments. Our last summit, held in Cartagena in Colombia, brought together more than 1,000 people from 130 countries of the private sector, of civil society, of the world of research and philanthropy, and of international organizations. We will once again meet this year in October, after having worked on concrete proposals with our Brazilian partners of G20. And public development banks in Latin America and the Caribbean are once again at the forefront. I would like to thank the Inter-American Development Bank, the Development Bank of the Caribbean, BCIE, the CAFA, BNDES, Bancoldex, that now presides at the IDFC Club, and all national banks in the continent. And more than ever, I am fully convinced that the world needs Latin America and the Caribbean, Europe and other regions of the world, to build fair transactions at a global scale and at a regional scale. The AFD group that I preside for more than 8 years feels honored for this invitation, which has become the first bilateral financial partner of the continent, with over 2.5 billion euros invested last year. With practically all stakeholders in the continent, for an energy transition in Ecuador and Costa Rica, against climate change in Bolivia and Colombia, and for social inclusion in Brazil. This general mobilization in favor of SDGs is also viewed in the joint work between ECLAC and the bank around the dissemination of modelization tools of development trajectories that we develop with AFD with our partners. We place the models GEM and STEAM available to all those that wish to anticipate the socio-economic impacts of transition towards a low-carbon economy. Thank you, ECLAC. Thank you to all of you for allowing us to establish the link between science, finances, and action at the service of a more sustainable world, with respect and friendship. Thank you very much. And now we will hear the presentation that will be delivered by Eloíso Mercadante, President of the Economic and Social Development Bank of Brazil, also via a video. I would like to greet the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, my dear friend Manuel Salazar, and all those present during this seventh forum, which debates the strategic agenda for humanity, the 2030 agenda of the UN, and SDGs, especially SDG 17, which is the crucial SDG for all the other objectives that have been built and that are being monitored. This event is very important because it comes before the forum that will be held in New York. Firstly, Latin America has tremendous opportunities and faces gigantic challenges. We are living a geopolitical changes that are very profound, increasing stresses between major geopolitical interests, wars, insecurity, investment in a new road arms race, and we are a zone of peace, a zone without nuclear weapons. In Brazil is a country that has no conflicts with any neighbors for 150 years, and we are a a different culture of peace within this international scenario. Secondly, vis-a-vis climate change, vis-a-vis the extreme climatic aspects that have been aggravated even in our region, affect porous, devastating cultures, regions, generating victims and enormous losses. An issue that we will increasingly see is food insecurity. We are a region of the planet decisive when it comes to the supply of protein and food for the global economy. Therefore, agriculture in the region is increasingly competitive, efficient, more careful, more concerned, and compatible with the preservation of the environment and with decarbonization, and will continue to perform an extraordinary or play an extraordinary role. But we need to retake this agenda of Latin American integration. For Brazil, South America is most important, with the United States. Latin America is most important than the European when it comes to trade. The region looks up, but normally they don't look. It doesn't look to the side. We must look sideways and strengthen our relations, seek more integration with infrastructure. We have a project with 5 international crowds. We have a coalition because BND, BID, CAF, and the financial fund with involving $10 billion to promote infrastructure, fiber optics, highways, roads, railways, energy, everything that can bring us towards the integration of our economies in trade, in culture, and in social terms. Together, we will have much more strength, diplomatic strength, and more weight to attract investments and strengthen our value chains. The second great challenge that I see is how to fund the struggle against the climate crisis, mitigation, preservation, and to resist and face up to this situation. We have had the warmest day in history, and we continue in this trajectory, and at this rate of mitigation of the climate crisis is very slow for the challenges that we lie ahead. Therefore, we have launched a very important initiative, which is the Green Coalition with 20 banks, development banks of the region, to protect the Amazon and to finance the preservation of forests. Here in Brazil, we have already reduced, during the government of President Lula, by 36%, we have reduced deforestation. Deforestation represents half of our greenhouse effect gases, and through BNDES, we have launched a program in order to plant up to 6 million hectares. We began with 1 billion reales, half of which at a subsidized rate, and we're already implementing this policy of forestry restoration, of planting productive and native and species to involve communities and halt the process of deforestation. Because when the forest is protected, it regenerates every 4 years, and therefore this is a group. As a group, we have to face up to countries. With this, the Amazon Fund is becoming stronger. We have been investing more resources, non-reimbursable, in indigenous communities, in riverside communities, in the population that live, and in the promotion of activities compatible with the preservation of forest. And on the other hand, we are struggling against drug trafficking, organized crime, deforestation, illegal mining, which is very important for so that region may be consolidated as a great leader of transition towards a green economy and a sustainable economy. Another fundamental challenge, from our viewpoint, is to produce renewable, clean energy. BNDES is a bank that has financed in green energy. We have the best matrix in G20, and this is of great value for the economy of the future. Therefore, solar energy, wind energy, we have other possibilities, other technological routes. Each country has its own perspective. We have critical minerals for electromobility, for electric buses, for hybrid automobiles, for electric automobiles. Then the valuation of this raw material and having a more coordinated policy in order to produce batteries here is not simply export them once again. A new type of commodity, even green hydrogen, we can export that, but what we need to invest it here, and equipment to produce solar power can also be brought into the region. Here I pose a further challenge, which is the integration of value chains in the region. We have achieved, for example, the reactivation of the automobile industry, and we already have a perspective of $25 billion investment in Brazil to produce electric buses. We have 5 plants already working to build electric cars. Now, this must be integrated regionally. We need to strengthen industry to retake it, and that was an essential history. It's an essential history of ECLAC, the commitment as a sector to generate more added value, more innovation, more technology, to pay better salaries, to generate better jobs. The region needs to rethink about this perspective, which is new industrialization with the possibility of deepening trade and value chains, which is a value for our region. I conclude by saying that we will have to play a decisive role in this agenda. We have, for example, in the pharmaceutical industry, an immense potential to reduce our dependency in the imports of health equipment, medicines, inputs for the production of different medicines. So this provides greater security. The pandemic showed that we need to be self-sufficient in the production of these products, which is decisive for the protection of life. Of human life, and we can, in other value chains, play this role in creative economy, in cinema. We need to project the region much more. We're much more together, and we will have greater diplomatic, economic, and trade force strength. Lastly, development banks today are responsible for more than $18 billion in assets. That is more than 500 banks, and represent an investment of more than 10% of the GDP. The transition towards a fair economy, sustainable, and towards a green economy, towards an economy that faces up to climate extremes, has a cost, and it is not cheap. And development banks have a decisive role to play. Here, I believe that ECLAC is a great instrument for this strategic association between banks, development banks in the region. We discuss partnerships, integration projects, such as we're doing at a regional level in integration pathways, and as we're doing with the Green Coalition in the Amazon region. I conclude with a message. During my last visit to Santiago, to ECLAC, we left with a commitment to design and implement a school to train talents, public managers, for the future of the region. As occurred in the past, when the BNDES was created 17 years ago, we had a commission, and we worked together with ECLAC. We are assuming this relationship between the bank and ECLAC, and therefore we believe that this training school and we will see this in my next visit, and hopefully we can already sign this association, and I believe that we need to expand that. ECLAC is doing a very important work, but we need to invest more in the training of leaders in a sustainable economic vision, a green vision, and in the agenda for regional integration. And above all, the formation of public servants that have a profound commitment with the strengthening of the United Nations, and with global governance, and with SDGs. To conclude, I feel we face a major challenge that has opened up an international debate. The IMF conducted a study in January of this year, which shows that we have had more than 2,000 measures. There were 200, and now there are 2,000. But 70% of these measures are in China, the US and the European Union. 70%, that is where 2/3 of the global industry is. Then we're seeing protectionist measures, subsidies, like at never other moment in history, not even during the Marshall Plan, when we had a volume, fiscal effort, which the European Union, the US, and China is benefiting from. These measures that are being taken, subsidized credits, non-reimbursable tariff protection, is damaging the reindustrialization of Latin America. It is damaging us, and then we need to establish a frank discussion, the challenge of neo-industrialization, with the support of these economies that are historic partners of the region, but with a different level of association, frank, and which involves a greater partnership, because we need to reindustrialize, generate job development, inclusion. For all of that, I congratulate ECLAC. I would like to conclude with a decision that we have already taken here. We have already approved in our Congress a tax reform that we are introducing, and I believe that will tax the super rich. They need to pay more taxes And these taxes need to be devoted to social policies and environmental sustainability policies. These fiscal paradises, havens, that do not pay taxes are not sustainable, considering the situation faced by the planet. Because of all this, I hope you have a very good meeting, and please count on our bank, the BNDES. The last video presentation will be delivered by the director of the Development Center of the OECD.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to participate in this 7th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. While I unfortunately could not be with you in Santiago, I greatly appreciate this opportunity to share with you the OECD Development Center's perspective. When it comes to implementing Agenda 2030, 3 challenges stand out for Latin America and the Caribbean. LAC needs more private finance, it needs to improve its use of public funds, and it needs the support of coordinated international frameworks. Please allow me to discuss these challenges one by one. First, on the private finance. It's a well-known fact that advancing the SDGs in LAC requires financial resources. LAC is facing a tight fiscal environment and an uncertain economic context. Efforts are urgently needed to channel private investment for LAC to achieve the green transition, and LAC governments can promote private investments and public-private partnerships by removing regulatory and administrative barriers. Sound project planning and management and innovative tools like blended finance can help attract private investment in sustainable public projects. LAC also needs more foreign direct investments, FDI, dedicated specifically to the green transition. As indicated in our 2023 Latin American Economic Outlook, which is co-authored, of course, by UNODC, foreign direct investment in LAC is 4% of regional GDP. While it is higher than in other regions, it's concentrated in a few countries. Today, for instance, 75% of all FDI in renewables in LAC goes to projects in Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. International cooperation can help spread FDI across the region by improving enabling environments in LAC countries. But advancing the SDGs should not depend on private investments. LAC countries can also improve how they tax and spend, and that's my second point. LAC's personal income tax and social security contributions are relatively low compared to OECD countries, and reforms are needed to make the tax system more equitable. At the same time, the effective marginal corporate tax is almost 2 times higher than the OECD average, which may limit entrepreneurship. Environmental tax revenues can also support a just green transition. Third and finally, policy coherence and coordination must be improved. Further cooperation across development finance institutions, regional development banks, and multilateral development banks can help mobilize development-focused investments through grants, loans, and guarantees. And we shouldn't forget that one country's SDG policies can have effects beyond its borders. International cooperation can help countries limit the negative effects of their SDG policies in developing countries and boost positive ones. In closing, let me stress the OECD's commitment to LAC and share some dates for your diaries. In May, we will launch the Revenue Statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean report, produced with UNODC, the IDB, and the Inter-American Center of Tax Administrations. On May 22nd, with the IDB and the French Development Agency, we will host the 16th edition of the International Economic Forum on Latin America and the Caribbean here in Paris. And this year's topic is scaling up financing for development. In October, as part of the OECD LAC regional program, Colombia will host the third ministerial meeting on social inclusion. And this winter, the center will launch the 2024 edition of the Latin American Economic Outlook, which, as I said before, is produced with UN ACLAC, CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the European Commission. The Leo 2024 will explore how to finance sustainable development. So there are many exciting opportunities for collaboration ahead, and I look forward to ongoing dialogue and wish you all a productive session here today.
Well, that means that we have just finished with the list of speakers for this panel that has been dealing with partnerships in reaching our goals. I would like to just very quickly summarize what was said here. This is, well, it's not really a summary, that would be impossible. I'd just like to say, Israel Morales said that in order to contribute to these goals, we should have practical, pragmatic public policy to promote circular economy so as to get rid of the barriers that exist in remanufactured goods. Ekin Echeverry, he told us that innovation should be a streamlined leverage in order to change reality. And that's the starting point of innovation, precisely. Patricio Scaffa, he talked about the mobilization of resources, the importance of a multi-act player involvement, looking for resources in multilateral agencies as well as UN agency and cooperation in development. Montserrat Garcia, she specifically talked about the importance of changing public policy, networking, partnership with multi-stakeholder participation, always having in mind constant innovation. Civil society, Sara Hernandez, talked about lessons learned in order to escalate the impact of a social project. And she said it was very important to leave our comfort area, comfort zone, to give voice to civil society in decision-making spaces, not just to dialogue, but to assist in and participate in decision-making. Lorena Santos claims that it's important to use public funds and private funds in monitoring and evaluating and multiplying efforts so that they may reach local levels. Pablo Angelelli said that we have to change our mindset to see how to join efforts so that these can really reach the necessary impact. Without scaling, we won't reach our goals. And then we had some virtual presentations. Remy Ryu said that the countries are trying to reinvent the financial international architecture, and that is going to take place in the next few months. There are meetings that will try to build a fair, a just system, and Latin America certainly has a role to play there. Mr. Mercadante talked about the challenges in promoting the Latin American integration agenda to mitigate climate change. And he also talked about the decisive role of public development banks in pursuing that agenda. The director of the OECD Center talked about three challenges in a very concise way, saying that we need more private funds, better use of public funds, and comprehensive reactions. I'd say that the most often used expressions has to do with innovation for transformation, digitalization, networking, and multi-stakeholder interaction. And this must be streamlined in order to meet the 2030 agenda and goals. And we now open the floor for member states here present. Cuba, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I promise to be brief in talking about Cuba's experience in following SDG 17. It's very interesting for a country to hear about the experience elsewhere, so that's why I'd like to thank the speakers in this panel. Having in mind the complex scenario for Cuba in funding for development and in identifying partners for cooperation and trade relations that is set by the blockage imposed by USA for more than 60 years. Coercive measures against my country hinder our possibilities to have equal conditions in trading with the rest of the world. The foreign flows, including direct foreign investment, is difficult to come to us. But it's true that we see throughout the world is the fear to relate to us because of the fear of backlash from USA. If we take a look at the pandemic, we have seen low capability because of structural promises in our GDP and an economic environment with high levels of inflation. And there's the fact that Cuba, according to international standards, is said to be a mid to high income country. There you can see the difficulties encountered by Cuba in pursuing the SDGs. In spite of these constraints, we are still devoting efforts to have partnerships to encourage science, technology, innovation, market diversification, and products, encouraging exports, attracting other foreign businesses so as to increase our trade with better value added with exporting poles, leveraging SMEs as points to give more momentum to our economy. Cuba still uses, we still use our modest reserves in order to go towards more cooperation, South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, and North-South. Our country follows the solidary principles of international cooperation, and we wish to encourage partnership with different stakeholders at different levels, and we wish to supplement SDG 17 for the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Paraguay como país
Paraguay, as a developing country, has had a relationship with other regions in order to have a good practice in social development. And this is a country that has a stability, and we still, though, require follow-up of capabilities, institutional capabilities, as well as capabilities to meet SDGs.
con el objeto
in order to tend to the needs of the population with the life cycle of people, public policies were built with a long-term perspective. This way, Paraguay understood that to overcome the numerous challenges that we have that lead us to sustainable development, we require the active participation of all members of society to build a better society. To consolidate a sustainable development, we require the support of international agencies to coadjuvate the obtention of necessary resources and strengthen local actions at a national level. The national agreements and partnerships with other countries and international organizations have a fundamental role for the increase of innovative processes. Cooperation in all its forms is an very important instrument. One example that Paraguay has stressed is the fact that the second meeting of the National Directive Committee in the cooperation framework of the 2020 to 2024 period between the Republic of Paraguay and the UN was held. At that time, they reviewed the results obtained during the current cooperation framework, lessons learned, and best practices, challenges, and opportunities to contribute to national opportunities for the accomplishment of the plan. In terms of sustainable development, as we saw in the last 3 days, we are called to strengthen regional work in all forms, especially in terms of the building of more peaceful and safe societies, economic integration as well to reach sustainable development. ECLAC has an active role to foster these synergies in our region. Finally, we are aware that sustainable development is only possible with the participation of all sectors involved. We would like to stress the territorialization. Everything goes through the territory at a local level. That's why we feel it is of the utmost importance to support the municipal and department authorities. We require policies, local policies at a national level to reach sustainable development in our countries. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. In 2022, if we take this to figures, international cooperation had $300 million, almost 26% centralized in Lima, the capital, but distributed throughout the region. The main budget was SDG 3 and health, and SDG 10 inequality and zero hunger, SDG 2. It is a significant figure, but comparing to the GDP, the sum has reduced throughout the years, and now we have a concern, and we need support and cooperation. The reduction of tax collection, I'd like to mention it because in the improvements of the macroeconomic affairs of the country, we are attempting to find self-financing. But to advance with the objective and these goals, we have a free trade agreement with different blocs and countries, the US, China, among others, and collaboration between public entities and other organizations, civil society as well, oriented to fight illegal timber, illegal felling, and other activities, especially with the neighbors of Peru. We are focusing on manufacturing, and to simplify the works, we need a new regulation and new policies to work on this. We have approved the National Plan for Technical and International Cooperation by 2030. That is the main instrument for international technical cooperation, which is effective, and it generates the exchange of experiences and best practices for sustainable development, among others. During the APEC forum, Peru addressed sustainable development, national carbon price, non-tariff measures, as well as the initiative of sustainable finance. It is also important to stress the fact that Peru has been working on the financial aspect, which is all part of the focus on mitigation of carbon reduction and a Minister of Finance for climate action with the Secretariat of the World Bank. All these efforts that have been made are the result of what I mentioned in the beginning, to have better tax collections because there is demand and we need to address it in the entire region, in the borders, where it is most difficult to arrive with the public services. We are noticing, and the effort we're making is in support to cooperation. Normally, a project begins with cooperation, but then it needs to be sustainable. And that is why we need support from other countries. We need to understand how this can be done, how this public funding can be achieved. And of course, strengthening technical cooperation, public-private partnerships, and working internally with cooperation through civil society, through their experiences and best practices within the country and other institutions or outside of the country. Thank you.
Honduras. Thank you. Honduras, please. Good afternoon. Within the framework of SDG 17, we would like to highlight firstly that Honduras has had a progress in synergies and coordination with all the UN system present in our country. And our colleague from Peru was mentioning it. We have implemented a mechanism that will allow us that those projects implemented by cooperating agents, when it reaches its end, there is a move in the government plan of President Xiomara Castro. Those are continued ahead. And also within the compliance of SDG 17 and also 16. This morning was discussed number 16. Honduras has requested UN for the installation of international commission combating corruption and impunity in the country as a result of years and years of impunity and that we had been subject to. It is for all persons here present that so far today we have a president imprisoned due to drug trafficking in the New York courts. And with that, we have reconsidered the transformation of the state and SDG 17. Therefore, we believe it's important the work and joining the Andean Promotion Commission in order to promote relations with actors of the financial system and international cooperation likewise. And here we closely support the idea presented by the Sister Republic of Brazil regarding the strengthening of multilateralism and South-South cooperation. We understand that under these two mechanisms, we can strengthen from reality and state conception we have in Honduras, integration, and also strengthen what President Xiomara Castro is doing, and the pro-tempore chair of CILAC and CIT. All of this and the SDGs 16 and 17, the idea is to understand the state as a facilitator or a guarantor within the framework of our government, of President Xiomara Castro of Honduras. We understand the second option. And yesterday I was saying what was being done for the strengthening of the productive engine. But the strengthening of that we need to translate it to a strengthening of social investment. And contrary to what was done before, now from the state with public funds, we are building 8 public hospitals distributed throughout the country to guarantee the well-being of the population. And also, I wanted to mention, because Brazil said it, sovereignty in health and also in the capacity of production of medications we have begun in Honduras the first medical molecular laboratory for the country to conduct research and also create its own medical input. This is designed to combat poverty and inequality with a different approach. I want to close with a request to the countries of the South, to the brothers here, so that we can join efforts and create better coordination. We believe in direct foreign investment, but respecting the laws of our country. Thank you. Panama. Good afternoon, all. Since the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of Countries, they've required a generalized effort to be achieved, and it has been pressing in view of the global context of the COVID-19 pandemic. At that point, Panama was in a point of inflection vis-à-vis the 2030 agenda, and that dynamized the acting, and it was evidence the sine qua non commitment of all sectors to promote a sustainable development for all society. Processes of partnerships are designed in order to verify with equity and rights the protection of population groups, the strengthening of education, the improvement of the health system, also the contribution in the environmental area, and thus contributing to the development of good public and private practices guaranteeing citizen participation and cooperative work among different social sectors. Mobilization of multiple stakeholders has been the key of action in Panama in recent years. We highlight the resilience, volunteer work, and many actors that contribute: youth, civil society, media, private sector, trade unions, academia, and local government, among others. These players, jointly with the governmental sector and in collaboration with the agencies of the UN, develop a key role as multipliers and accelerators of results, working in a coordinated manner, promoting actions that are effective and cohesion in the area of social responsibility and human solidarity in supporting the goals established in SDG 17. That synergy has promoted consultative processes in the public, private spheres, and civil society, leveraging experiences and strategies to obtain resources, followed by actions, projects, and initiatives that are recognized as good practices and obtain accelerators of the SDGs. The Plan of Sustainable Development of Panama is a strategy expressed in the Cooperation Framework of Panama for Sustainable Development 2021-2025. The country team of the UN has accompanied and promoted important actions for the development of policies and strategic plans of action institutionally. The partnerships and non-traditional emerging partnerships have been very relevant. They've supported the initiatives with the private sector, Pancámara, Sumarse, Panama Canal, banking institutions, academia, science and technology. The example of these partnerships is what is led by FAO with the program One Country, One Product, placing the small farmers and family agriculture in the center of production, distribution, and marketing of selected product. Also, it opens up the possibility for fruitful cooperation with the private sector and financial institutions like IDB in the Café Durano coffee companies and products of indigenous peoples. I mean, total income of the public sector have been 30% as a proportion of GDP per year for these strategies. The national budget funded by tax income has allowed for a stable behavior, but still it's a challenge to maintain economic stability, financial sustainability, mainly through tax collection. The remittances abroad or sent abroad were also impacted by the pandemic, and there was a decrease in their proportion of the GDP during recent years. And there has been a decrease of exports of goods and services and an increase of public debt at the same time. Panama's commitment in identifying and implementing mechanisms to accelerate our SDGs has had a positive multiplying effect. The perspective of fora, participation in global fora has provided opportunities for learning good practices among peers, dialogue for food, for education, and in the process of implementing public policy mechanism and private initiatives to accomplish 2030 agenda, several interventions have been identified to accelerate and with positive and multiplying effects in the registered in the action platform of SDGs in the UN. In line with this action, with this effort, and in spite of adverse effects of the crisis, Panama implements the 2030 agenda with resources of the public sector. However, at the beginning of 2021, the implementation of budget based on results, we can see the contribution of SDGs in budgetary programs, identifying contributions and progress of commitments for the 2030 agenda. It's clear that to reach the necessary investments in order to accomplish SDGs, we need to go beyond public finances. The flows of private capital are key for countries to advance in the well-being of all persons, whilst we take care of the planet as well. The progress in SDG 17 has been possible thanks to the role played by governments, enterprises, NGOs, academia, and individual citizens in coming together to these cause, contributing to forge a sustainable future. Thank you. I understand the last intervention is that of Brazil. Thank you, Madam President. The decision of ending thematic tables of this conference with the subject of partnerships. Brazil reiterates the invitation for all countries to join the partnerships. We've mentioned the global partnership or alliance against hunger and poverty within G20 with the purpose of establishing public policies for this area. Also, we have mentioned united by our forests in pro of defending this valuable ecosystem we have. Also, I wanted to mention how that it would be a great pleasure for us to have the largest number of countries in our alliance for the policy of care, launched by the Ministry of Social Development. We heard Minister Elito Diaz in the first part of this forum that has an objective to set up public policies most successful to help those men and women that are doing invisible work, taking care of boys, girls, elderly persons, patients, or persons who are ill that are invisible in the labor market and social policies. Also, the school meals or food program has 3 vice presidents and no chair. Brazil, France, and Finland, the 3 vice chairs. It's a very rich, a very important subject for Brazil. Starts to solve an essential part of our problems of poverty and hunger. That is the good nutrition and food for children in schools. And also the Latin American Network for digital inclusion. We've heard problems of dropout of, or rather, of children from the rural to urban areas because of that digital divide. And so this network will help, and Brazil and Mexico have had their last 2 meetings with this specific objective. And I would like to invite all of you to consider the possibility of adhering or subscribing SDG 18 in pro of ethnic racial equality. It's already in force in Brazil. We have started measuring projects. These were some initiatives of Brazil that we have brought to this meeting, but also we are taking back many ideas, excellent ideas that we would like to see them evolve in the coming months. And all these ideas have great possibilities of action, should not stay here in this space, but rather transform into policies and areas of cooperation for all of us. We've spoken about wastage of food, something very serious if we speak about hunger as well. And all of these problems, the representative of Uruguay, Mr. Yamaduke, has raised this. Also, it's one of our concerns, and it may be a subject to discuss best practices and reduce, if possible, eliminate. Also, we heard today very important proposals on fighting the wastage of reused industrial products in sustainable development, and anything that can be recycled or reused needs to be studied in the best manner possible, given sustainability involved. And also with great satisfaction, we saw how our society, civil society here represented in this room, how they've contributed. They've had a rich, important participation. Our thanks to all those that contributed with effort, analysis, ideas, and with whom we are now working together. And also together with academia, which is a traditional partner for us. For the delegation of Brazil, the presence of our civil society organizations was a true privilege. The way how they participated very actively, and thus we saw organizations of other countries as well. We sincerely hope to monitor and follow all these ideas that are new, fresh ideas that have emerged in these 3 days. And speaking about the representative of the Cooperation Brazilian Agency, I would like to core, so that in each one of these countries, these ideas be transmitted to your agencies so as to be materialized and come to fruition in our cooperation patterns that we negotiate every month. All these ideas need to be reflected in our bilateral and regional cooperation. With that, I conclude the last intervention of Brazil, thanking the ECLAC team for the excellent organization of this event. Thank you very much. And with these words, we close the last working panel, and we thank the participation of all the panel members. Thank you. On behalf of the Vice Chair, I thank Mrs. Moore, Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Compact of the UN, and all the panel members and participants for your contributions on panel 5, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, for your contributions to all of you. Thank you so, so much. Now we'll move on to the next item of the agenda. As you well know, on Monday 15th, the Forum of Boys, Girls, Adolescents and Youth of Latin America and the Caribbean met here. Therefore, we invite Mr. Ronald Caicedo from Bethu Afro, who will read the statement of that forum. Good afternoon, everyone. What we have, we preserve. What is at risk is defended. What has been lost is recovered, and what is against human dignity is transformed. I'm a young of the basin of Rio Mangui, a territory of life, joy, hope, and freedom. On behalf of the group of boys, girls, young, and adolescents of this mechanism, we present the participation process conducted by the group. 400 persons participated in all of our diversity, ethnic, gender, seropositive, migrants, refugees, neurodivergents, and with disabilities. A series of demands and proposals were collected that we present to you, urging the regional leaders to recognize the commitment of reaching and complying with the 2030 agenda. It is relevant for all of us, regardless of our age. We recommend and we request the following. About SDG 1, we recognize the advance in access to education, reduction of infant mortality, access to basic services, empowerment, and active participation of youth in decision-making affecting their lives. But there are still challenges like the guarantee of a sustainable future in context of insecurity and permanent violence, as well as the increase of extreme poverty after COVID-19. In this framework, we urge to invest in quality education, allowing for the authentic and significant education, eliminating the poverty cycle in 2050. Provide spaces for intergenerational cooperation at regional and international levels, support community process and consolidate active participation in eradicating poverty. Planning and national and regional programming to ensure access to technological resources, especially in remote rural areas, involving throughout local migrant communities, involving them in productive and decent activities, reduction of poverty multidimensionally, and identifying efforts of the fight against racism and discrimination. About SDG 2, the advance in the agenda of food security should go together with the reduction and protection of biodiversity using concepts like resilience, security, and food sovereignty. as well as the agroecological practices in the policies of the food system of our region, it is a moral imperative.
We recommend support from the networks for coordination, production of local products, subsidies for the food that uses agroecological practices, national support for the generation of national chapters on youth, for the World Forum on Food in order to produce recommendations in different contexts for policies at the FAO. With regards to SDG 13, it is clear that we reflect a notable delay in achieving the goals of not increasing between 2 and 1.5 degrees centigrade. Consequences, forest fires, deforestation, floods, the increase in sea levels and the forced displacement of people in vulnerability and insufficient life, partly because we have not lived up to the promises in terms of financing, especially for adaptation. But as a region, we cannot rest in terms of achieving this ambition on our way to the next COP meeting. Our recommendations are the following: to publish ambitious NDSs this year with greater effort to include concepts of intergenerational equality in the design and measurement of contributions. In addition, we urge parties to provide clear signals to protect our future, signing and trying not to proliferate the use of fossil fuels, to promote regional education, environmental education policies, especially in schools, in order to create awareness, in order to enhance capabilities for the participation and generation of employment in companies and in the public sector, greater acceleration and ambition, national plans for the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, so that our activists and defenders may have guarantees of expression rights. Thinking about our colleagues in the rural areas to guarantee digital rights so that we leave no one without participation, without leaving anyone behind. With regards to SDG 16, despite the fact that citizen participation has been strengthened, together with legislative progress in human rights, there is still corruption, violence, and discrimination. The lack of access to justice, poverty, and increasing campaigns against human rights and in international courts. Well, in this framework, we recommend strengthening education for peace and in human rights, together with the creation of spaces and participation mechanisms, consultative councils, public policies, among others. This, considering a dialogue with girls, boys, teenagers, and youth within a context of armed conflicts in the implementation of school programs on peace and the creation of youth groups to create excessive and comprehensive strategies to prevent crime and violence, tackling inequality and poverty with a preventive and community approach. We need to pay special attention to boys, girls, teenagers, and all those that are most marginalized through an intergenerational approach, ensuring the mobilization of resources necessary for that purpose. Finally, as a group, we require an agreement to clarify the implementation of SDGs, highlighting the urgency that this implies, effectively participating and linking boys, girls, young people, and teenagers in spaces where we discuss programs, plans, projects, public policies that impact us at different levels, accountability with regards to the progress in the implementation of SDGs, and ensuring that the significant participation of boys, girls, teenagers, and young people. We thank this space and we reiterate our willingness to continue to work on a whole series of aspects of the 2030 Agenda. Boys, girls, teenagers, and young people alone are not the beneficiaries of policies, but rather strategic allies for the co-creation of solutions. So thank you very much. We thank Donald Caicedo and above all the boys, girls, and teenagers who participated in this forum. As you well know, on Monday, we also held, in a hybrid fashion, the meeting of civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean prior to the 7th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. It is well known that the civil society plays a key role in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and they have worked during this prior meeting, and thus we invite its representatives, Jorge del Campo, Vice President and founder of the Association National Coordinating Working Group for the Rights of the Elderly in Chile, and a member of the participation mechanism of civil society for the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development ever since it was created, and Kenley Pacheco Morales, coordinator of the Observatory of Crimes of Hate against LGBTI people in Mexico, and also a member of the Network on International Incidents for the LGBTI rights, to share the conclusions of the work that they have conducted. Thank you very much. My name is Kenji, and we will begin to read the declaration of the mechanism for the participation of civil society in the 7th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries for Sustainable Development, Santiago de Chile, 17th of April 2024. The participation mechanism of civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean took part in the 7th meeting of the Forum of the Region on Sustainable Development 2024 with the firm decision to contribute to the debate vis-à-vis the difficult situation faced by our region and the conflicts that threaten world peace. As we mentioned 2 years ago, two monologues do not constitute a dialogue. Today, we warn about the regression and threats of our democracy and the hegemony of a single discourse. The Latin American and Caribbean peoples are being silenced. The consolidation of authoritarian states and the consequent greater institutional fragility, where we see how there is a degradation of our environment and community life, whilst in the international sphere the UN system is not adequately responding to resume the road launched by the 2030 agenda. In this sense, we would now like to present our vision about the SDGs. First of all, on the analysis of SDG number 1, Latin America shows a significant deterioration in terms of the reduction of poverty, both because of the precarious nature of labor and of income, and also because of multidimensional poverty. More than half of our peoples develop activities within the framework of the social economy, which is solidarity and popular in nature. However, declarations and regional policies continue to focus on the logic of the market. The declarations and regional policies continue to focus on the logic of the market, which is very distant from our traditions of good living, based on reciprocity and solidarity. In order to end poverty and hunger, it is urgent for states in the region to adapt the regulatory frameworks in order to effectively protect labor rights, decent work, and social dialogue, as established in the regulations of the ILO regulations, as well as to promote the social economy as stipulated by the UN in its declaration on social and solidarity economy, that should be incorporated into the policies and national programs. Looking towards the summit of the future, well, we need to guarantee the effective participation of civil society around present issues. Challenging the preceding history, we see that relevant issues such as social universal protection are being undermined in the state commitments. It is fundamental to have a new social compact focused on people, on human rights, and on social justice, which is inclusive and democratic. We summon states to invest in decent employment, and so that we pay due respect to the balance with ecosystems in order to face up to poverty, to achieve universal social protection in accordance with the World Accelerator of Employment and social protection for fair transition. So with a special emphasis on the elderly who have been made invisible in the 2030 agenda. What is fundamental, as mentioned by UN Women, the construction of comprehensive care systems as a fundamental pillar of social care, together with the pillars of health, including sexual health and reproductive rights, education, and social security, in order to guarantee the right to live a full life. The investment in these systems is a way of reducing poverty because it generates social and economic benefits, contributing to the well-being of people, enabling the direct and indirect creation of decent jobs, facilitating the participation of women and diversities, because that in the labor force and improving household revenue. So we ask states to establish vital minimum salaries and guarantee an effective social dialogue on policies to eradicate poverty. It is fundamental to enhance the youth, children, as protagonists of the present and not only as a promise for the future. Two, the struggle to eradicate hunger expressed in SDG number 2 has slowed down. In many countries, there are no active policies on the part of states in order to promote food sovereignty and reduction of poverty. We highlight with great concern how there has been a deterioration in indicators abandoning government obligations to promote public policies for the full exercise of the right to healthy food, education, habitat, accessible energy, and a safe and healthy environment. States have the obligation to guarantee the right to food as a human right. It's imperative to have comprehensive public policies that enable healthy environments based on the principles and guidelines of security and of food sovereignty. In order to guarantee access to food security, we need to work for access to land and territories, and to guarantee the situation of people that live from the land. Latin American and Caribbean states must support the rights to land and to free consent, prior and informed of indigenous populations, as well as people as well as Afro-descendant communities. Specifically, the pandemic aggravated the situation of LGBTIQ population in terms of their basic needs, such as food. Even before the pandemic, sectors have shown that in some contexts, 1 out of every 3 persons that is LGBTIQ suffer from food insecurity at a given moment in time. The communities play a significant role in agriculture. However, they face the biggest challenges in terms of hunger and food insecurity, in addition to limited access to land, financial resources, and technology. Number 3, the climate change goals in SDG 13 evidence a lack of financing and commitment for national mitigation plans against climate change and the transformation of the productive matrix of countries. In 2022, 88% of murders of environmental activists at a world level took place in Latin America. It is crucial to acknowledge that Afro-descendant communities are often most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and we recommend that we advocate in favor of policies for mitigation and climatic adaptation that considers the requirements of Afro-descendant communities, ensuring their active participation in decision-making and in the implementation of measures. It is urgent to make headway towards a regional strategy for protection and sustainable use of the Amazon and other strategic biomes for the survival of the planet and of communities via the construction of a platform that involves governments, communities, and civil society for the preservation and for the sustainable use of these territories. The aim of a fair, popular, and feminist transition is understood within a framework, a wider-ranging framework change of production and consumption, where we must radically change our relationship with nature. Energy as a collective right must no longer be become a merchandise and must be regulated. That to regulate the sector, to think of property regimes and to strengthen what is public and to re-guide the role of public companies for democratic management. A fair transition must contribute towards the achievement of social, environmental, economic, and gender equality, both productive and reproductive, and the responsibility of the state and of the whole of society in order to provide necessary care for life. It is necessary to ensure international financing for climate aimed at developing countries, that without debt and with accountability mechanisms to guarantee sustainable investments. I am Jorge del Campo. SDG 16, this is number 4, the SDG 16, which is being reviewed this year. Well, we urgently warn about the most concerning phenomenon in the region, the crisis of democracy that is evidenced in the regression and violation of individual and collective freedom, in the failure to respect constitutional guarantees, and in general in republican systems in the division of power. Generalized repression of social protest, the violation of the Vienna Convention of 1969, and of international law, as occurred last 4th of April with the attack on the Mexican embassy in Ecuador, constitutes a breakdown of the Latin American tradition of non-intervention and of peace. We demand to deal with this situation of lack of governance and extreme violence in Haiti that is occurring without an adequate response from our governments and from the regional system. We demand from states that they must strengthen the international law in terms of disarmament and control, non-proliferation, and arms trade. Regional integration must strengthen and develop more and better institutional democratic frameworks with clear mechanisms for the participation of peoples in public policies with transparency and with accountability processes on the part of government. So we defend regional integration as a tool in order to face up to the climate crisis and achieve environmental justice. So all people have a right to migrate and to return to their countries of origin. Migration is an economic, social, cultural, and political phenomenon that forms part of processes that establish societies and nations. We must eradicate the criminalization of migrations and favor and work so that the migrants may economically, socially, culturally, and politically be inserted into their countries of destination. We reject xenophobia, racism, and hate discourses against migrants, refugees, and people that have sought asylum. We propose the creation of coordination, monitoring, and response mechanisms to migration dynamics resulting from political violence and organized crime, economic crises, and social and environmental crisis. The delegitimization of our democratic institutions, including our justice system that criminalizes migrants, women, children, youth, and workers, constitutes today one of the most dangerous problems for our coexistence and for the development model that we seek. The environmental degradation, extractivism, the ransacking and the displacement of populations as a result of the contingencies of climate change and entrepreneurial damage has not been halted, especially impacting indigenous populations, rural communities, and Afro-descendants. Fifth, SDG 17, which is reviewed, must be dealt with by this forum of countries for the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean with the effective social participation both in the construction of national reports and also in the design, execution, and monitoring of national public policies. Midterm until the 2030 agenda, we can find an intentional leaving aside of the inclusion of civil society for inclusive development. The goals related to global financial governance demands that the Compact for the Future, which refer to the reform of the international financial architecture, must include an end to the severe conditions imposed on indebted societies. ECLAC is the natural space so that countries in Latin America and the Caribbean may adopt a joint demand for the restructuring of sovereign debts, and so that we can put an end to adjustment policies that submit our peoples and demand regressive reforms to the labor system, in the social protection system, and creating conditions to support the creation of an agency for women and their diversities and productive policies. This seventh forum of countries for sustainable development must go back to the historical tradition of ECLAC of facilitating and promoting bridges between civil society and its governments.
Construir una región justa.
In order to build a fair, democratic region which is free and sovereign. Civil society is committed to that, and we hope, we expect the same from our governments. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, buenísimo, lo hizo perfecto.
We'd like to thank Candy Pacheco and Jorge El Campo for their very important messages they've shared with us, and the Secretariat informs me they will be available on the website of the forum. Following and in accordance with the approved agenda, I will present the conclusions and recommendations agreed between the governments that are gathered at the 7th meeting of the Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. As you well know, the project of conclusions and agreements by the companies was distributed to the permanent missions of the member states of the Forum before the UN in New York by the chair of the Forum on March 15th this year, and other consultations were carried out with the countries and their permanent missions. They were carried out virtually on the 25th and April 4th. They were ended by the spokesperson, and there was a procedure of silence since April 25th until the 8th at 1800 hours in New York. So not having interrupted the period of silence, we approve the document that has been distributed by the Secretariat. So if there are no comments, we hereby approve the text of the conclusions. The delegation of Argentina requests the floor. Mr. Ambassador. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'd like to express that the government of my country reserves the right to make observations on the document and conclusions and recommendations at the 7th Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development that has just been adopted, in virtue of the fact that we are proceeding with an internal procedure that the administration of our country carries out to analyze the content. The government of the Republic of Argentina will send comments on the presentation at hand before the month of July for the report of the 7th Forum that must be approved. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move on to the closing session, so we ask you for a couple of minutes. The minister is in a side event and will be here soon. Let's make a 5-minute break in the room, and we will soon resume for the closing session.
Estimados colegas, les pedimos que no se levanten de sus asientos. Ya vamos.
Colleagues, please do not leave your seats. We will resume shortly.
Buenas tardes. Vamos a retomar entonces por favor. Bueno, muchas gracias. Iniciamos entonces el último acto.
We begin the last session of the seventh meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development that has taken place this week in ECLAC. The Vice Chair of the Forum, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, Laura Fernández Delgado, will take the floor. Good afternoon, dear José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished Secretary, friends, representatives of different sectors with us, delegations with whom we've shared the last 3 days. Good afternoon to all of you. Collective thinking leads us to the best decisions. History of mankind shows us the power of building responses to major global problems in a collective manner and articulated manner. And the challenges faced today by humanity, struck by several fronts: organized crime, hunger, poverty, inequality, climate change impacts, crisis of loss of biodiversity and contamination, shortage of drinkable water, armed conflicts, public indebtedness, and so many other global challenges make imperative that countries that we represent give a step forward towards that collective construction of solutions. A step forward that cannot be a warm step forward, but one that needs to be sufficiently reciprocal with the thirst of our peoples for a decent present and a tomorrow leaving no one behind. A step forward that will take with it the interest for action that I'm certain will be driven by the strength of different national flags that are tattooed in the hearts of all of us here in this forum. We are only 6 years away from 2030, and our region has a 22% progress in compliance with the agreed agenda. We cannot, at this point of the road, to stop thinking, what is it that we didn't do? Or what are the reasons for having these results? Our present and future generations do not resist and do not deserve more diagnoses, do not deserve more ideas that will not materialize or initiatives that are not materialized in actions or implementation. From this forum, I want to rescue and underscore 3 fundamental messages that I will transfer to the working teams under my Ministry of National Planning and Economic Secretariat and as Technical Secretariat of SDGs of Costa Rica, and will be seen from my rank. The first one is the imperative need of understanding that the agreed agenda is a responsibility of all and not of a few. Central, regional, local governments, public institutions as one whole, the private sector, organized civil society, academia. This is a shared responsibility. These objectives will not be reached by a player on its own. Only united we will all achieve this challenging task. The second transcendental topic in the light of these 3 days of meetings, I think it's vital to take into consideration that with 22% compliance, 6 years from the agreed pact, it's absolutely necessary to adopt strategies for acceleration of the compliance as shared by many of the delegations during these 3 days. And then finally, last but not least, it is imperative to highlight the importance of the financing of the goals of the SDGs. It is here that we can step on the accelerator strongly. If we don't do all that we have agreed together, will only be a letter of good intent without generating results. Here, the call to the international community so that it will double efforts seeking fresh resources as well as those responsible of the different budget items in each one of our countries. I urge you most respectfully for these 3 messages I have just mentioned and the many more relevant topics that we have addressed in these 3 days of the forum be reflected in depth and implemented by each one of us from the different responsibilities that we play and exercise in our countries and regions, and that we take true advantage of the summit of the future that will be in a few months' time in order to deliver there the intent of this forum and continue in the path of Latin America and the Caribbean within the global scenario, a major responsibility ours, but an enormous privilege we have to be living in this crucial moment of history. A privilege, yes, because it is here where that chocolate will all manufacture together with the best of cocoas and with our own recipe. It was for me a great pleasure to work with you during these 3 days, and it was a tremendous honor to collaborate in the leadership of these forum with such distinguished delegations and representatives. A sincere thanks to each one of the participants, to the system of the United Nations, to its agencies, and especially to ECLAC for being once again our host. We finished this event, dear friends, with the conviction that we will display our sails, we will take the path and drive together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. And to conclude, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar.
Thank you, Luis. Mrs. Laura Fernández Delgado, the Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica and Vice President of the Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean countries on sustainable development. Dear delegates from countries, ambassadors, friends from the UN system, dear resident coordinators, dear representatives of civil society, of the youth, of academia, and of the private sector, colleagues of ECLAC. We are concluding today our annual meeting where we evaluated the status of implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in our region. Our special gratitude to the Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, Laura Fernandez, for taking on board the leadership in this meeting and for guiding us until this last day with her great leadership, in addition to excellent and substantive interventions on several issues, both during the plenary session and during an impressive amount of side events as well. Thank you very much, dear Minister. We had the privilege of listening to many voices and various perspectives during these 4 days, to the Deputy General Secretary of the UN, Amina Mohammed, Guy Ryder, Deputy Secretary General of Policies, for the Secretary General, to the ministers and government authorities that accompanied us online during the interactive session of the Summit of the Future, to the directors of the UN system, resident coordinators, and of course various sectors of civil society, including youth, with their commitment and strength that nourishes us all with hope. More than 700 people accompanied us face to face over these days. More than 180 delegates, government delegates from 29 countries that are members of the forum, more than 150 representatives of the UN system, more than 200 people from civil society, the private sector, and the academic sector. During the inauguration, the Deputy General Secretary highlighted the leadership and energy of a region that, in the midst of increasing geopolitical tensions, leads several global intergovernmental processes. Antigua and Barbuda with the Conference of Small Island Developing States, Brazil with the presidents of G20 and of COP30, Colombia as a host country of the COP on biodiversity at the end of this year, Chile presiding ECOSOC, and Trinidad and Tobago presiding the 78th period of sessions of the General Assembly. In addition, it was clear during the interventions of various national delegations how much is being done in countries in the areas, transitions and directions contained in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with plans, policies and programs in all those areas. During the interactive session on the Summit of the Future, countries coincided in that the compact for the future resulting from the summit needs to be ambitious and visionary, and must contribute to strengthen international cooperation around concrete transformations in the very important areas that it will encompass: sustainable development and financing for development, peace and international security, science, technology, innovation and digital cooperation, youth and future generations, and the transformation of global governance. It is of special importance that it contributes to reaffirm and strengthen the trust and the credibility of the multilateral system with effective reforms. I would like to highlight the very significant signal of having had the presence of the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, and of Guy Ryder, working with policies in this session of the Summit of the Future. Undoubtedly something that highlights our importance as a region, as well as a genuine interest to listen to countries and the voices of Latin America and the Caribbean, and of paying attention to what it is that we may contribute. In his intervention, Guy Ryder mentioned that the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are participating actively in the consultations related to the final document of the summit, especially on issues such as the inclusion of the gender perspective and human rights, and the reform of the international financial architecture from the viewpoint of middle-income countries and of small island developing states. The Summit of the Future is thus an opportunity to make important, decisive and urgent transformations to deal with present crises and modify the pathway of our development. It is also an occasion to confirm what it is that we want to conserve of the multilateral system. Conserve and reiterate and reaffirm the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 2030 Agenda, for example. We also dealt during that session with the need to increase financing for development and of advancing towards gender equality, of having measurements for development beyond GDP per capita, of strengthening the capacity of adaptation to climate change, and of better benefiting from digital cooperation, bridging existing gaps in those matters. We also presented the seventh report on the progress and challenges faced by the region to accelerate our pace towards SDGs, where we reported, as we all know by heart by now, the sad data that 22% of the goals of which we have information exhibit a behavior that enables to foresee their achievement by 2030. But whilst 46% of them have a present but insufficient trend to be achieved in that deadline, and the remaining 32% shows a trend of regression and makes it very improbable that they will be achieved by 2030. But we also analyzed the 6 transitions in the report that have been identified to accelerate the achievement of SDGs: food systems, access to energy and its access, digital connectivity, education, employment, and social protection, and climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and contamination. For each one of these transitions, we analyzed the way in which they are linked and have a positive traction on SDGs, and specifically on which ones, the present scenario, the desirable scenario, in other words, in which direction we should head, and creates 3 great sets of instruments to promote transitions: strategies, plans, policies, and programs, institutional arrangements, and the needs for investment and financing. This analysis, of course, in the document that we presented, were general and will require that we analyze this in greater depth and, above all, become concrete within the sphere of each country, something that may be done and is being done in different countries by resident coordinators and the country teams working together with governments. Friends, during the work groups and the exchanges that after that, from a multi-stakeholder perspective, we analyzed those SDG 1, zero poverty; 2, zero hunger; 3, action for climate; 16, peace, justice, and solid institutions; and 17 on alliances. We coincided that the various crises that have been expressed for many years now, linked to the slow growth of the economy and of trade, climate change, forced migrations, geopolitical conflicts, the recent humanitarian crises caused as or because of wars in Europe and in the Middle East, have been important obstacles to make as much progress as we would have wanted. But I would like to make a wider-ranging reflection, because blaming the cascade of crisis for this impact in our regression is not wrong, but it doesn't talk about the whole truth. And one can think of 2 groups of additional reasons that could explain this regression. First of all, perhaps we don't yet know adequately what needs to be done, what is the desirable scenario in the direction in which we want to head. I wouldn't say that this is not a very important reason. We believe that there are many diagnoses of our realities based on evidence, and also a lot of knowledge about the objectives and our aspirations, both general aspirations as well as the specific expression of the objectives in each country. And about the type of desirable scenarios that we should move towards, there is always space to improve diagnosis and the empirical evidence. One could argue or think that we need further knowledge about more knowledge about what has to be done is not such a great cause of the regression, or at least not as important as the others that are mentioned. And this second type of reasons refers to lack of clarity and knowledge about the hows. And this is a question that leads us to very concrete problems of implementation that refer to how to manage transformations. In other words, issues related to governance, issues related to weak institutional capabilities, what we have called the technical, operative, political, and prospective capacities, issues related to a weakness of social dialogue spaces, issues that have to do with the political economics of the reforms and transformations. In other words, how to manage resistance to change. Because, of course, there's always resistance, some of which certainly may be well may be well justified from the viewpoint of sectors that could end up by losing as a result of some of the transformations, or others that are expressed in the defense of various interests. And of course, what is also fundamental are the issues related to financing and the mobilization of resources. And that is closely related with the third development trap that we have been discussing, beyond the trap of the low capability to grow and the trap of the high inequality and of low social mobility. And this is the trap that has to do with low governance and institutional capabilities. Undoubtedly, these low capabilities are an important hindrance in order to advance at a more speedy pace. We thus urgently require comprehensive and intersectoral public policies that deal with the structural and specific causes of the low ability to grow, of the high inequality, of low social mobility, and of the other gaps related with the SDGs. In this point, I would like to acknowledge the coordinators and the members of the country teams of the UN system, who, as from in their own areas, are accompanying countries on a daily basis to face up to these challenges, and who actively participated in this forum. In this forum, we concentrated on the analysis of the depth of 5 SDGs, as we well know. Climate change is the most important challenge for humanity in this century, and the struggle against it, as well as its effects, is SDG 13. We reiterated in this forum that the region must increase the speed of decarbonization in order to achieve or to reach the commitments of the reduction of emissions put forward in the NDCs. And we had held a very rich exchange around this issue in some of our discussions. Another panel discussion about SDG 16 talked about the concerning diagnosis and data about the high levels of violence and access, and which is restricted injustice in countries in the region, with negative consequences for the economic and social development of countries. And of course, high levels of suffering for for a large population. Citizen insecurity, direct crime, and white-collar crime weaken the trust of citizens in the democratic institutional framework and reduces the capability of attracting investments and resources. We were told that we have more institutions and more budgets for security policies than a few years ago. We were not only told that, but it was shown to us using data, and yet violence continues to grow. Clearly, what is being done is not working, as was mentioned in this session, or at least part of what is being done is not working. And therefore, we leave with a strong invitation not only to redouble our efforts, but also to rethink strategies and ways of going about things in this field. We also held a very interesting panel about the challenges and priorities of small island development states. During the 4th International Conference on SIDS that will be held in May in Antigua and Barbuda, we expect to approve a new program of action, 10-year program of action, the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for these states. That will be a renewed declaration for resilient prosperity. This commitment will be vital so that these countries may accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. I would like to congratulate Antigua and Barbuda for the initiative of launching a center of excellence in research and capacity building for SIDS as a result of this international conference, and express the support of ECLAC for that center. This type of coordinated efforts and innovating strategies are crucial. Please allow me very briefly to refer to the concerns put forward by the representative of the British Virgin Islands on the need for associated members to gain access to financing for development and other types of assistance in order to strengthen their sustainable development and climatic resilience. The forum will continue to be a platform so that associated members may put forward their challenges. Likewise, it is mentioned that is also mentioned in the conclusions and recommendations that we have just approved. The eradication of poverty in all its expressions is one of the major global challenges and a fundamental requirement for sustainable development. And in the working group regarding SDG 1, end of poverty, we analyzed the progress towards this objective, and we reconfirmed the commitment of advancing in that direction. Finally, when we discussed SDG 2, Zero Hunger, we reviewed the challenges of gaining access to healthy, nutritious, and sufficient food, the challenges to eliminate malnutrition and obesity, the goal of doubling agricultural production and the revenues of producers, small-scale producers, including the role of public procurement, an issue around which we hold a parallel event. The challenges of introducing more sustainable and resilient tactics in agricultural production, maintaining genetic diversity and other related issues. And of course, we also held an interesting panel 5 around SDG 17 on strengthening alliances to achieve the objectives.
En estos 4 días de diálogo, intercambio de
In these 4 days of dialogue and exchange of experiences, good practices, and lessons among all stakeholders, governments, UN system, the private sector, academia, and civil society, we benefited from 34 parallel events organized by the United Nations, government, civil society, and the private sector. We also had the opportunity of listening to the declaration that emerged from the mechanism of participation of civil society, of which we take due note and express our gratitude. And as an important result, we also approved this document of conclusions and intergovernmental recommendations of this 7th meeting of the Forum, where, among others, we recognize that this forum, as a regional mechanism to monitor and examine the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, has become an example of a platform of excellence for regional coordination of multiple stakeholders in order to promote and continue to discuss the implementation of this agenda.
Agradezco muchísimo.
So without further ado, I thank you all on behalf of my colleagues of ECLAC. I thank the Secretariat, all the ECLAC staff, all our colleagues from the UN that have worked closely with all of us, supporting us so that this forum is a success, and I believe that we have been successful in that sense. I thank you for your participation, for your commitment, that we can feel this will to continue to work towards a more productive, sustainable, and resilient future. Thank you very much, and may you all have a safe return to your respective countries. Thank you.
Queda entonces clausurado la
Thus, we conclude the 7th meeting of this forum. Thank you very much.